Thank you, and thank you all for coming. So we'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which we gather, the Turrbal and Jagera people, and pay respect to the elders past, present and emerging. It's good, getting used to the clicker. I'm not normally up here, I'm normally well behind the scenes, as I'm sure many of you are. So, welcome to Brisbane Boys College. We are happy to host you here. In my introduction today, I'm going to talk briefly about a digital framework that we use to help guide our decisions at the college. I'm going to talk about our student technology, bit of classroom technology, infrastructure, all the usual suspects that you would expect someone like us to get up and talk about. So our digital framework is founded on 4 very simple principles: that decisions are scalable, sustainable, secure, and serviceable. If anything we buy or spend any time on ticks those boxes, then that is a good decision. And we like to focus on what I've coined the 4 Ps, that the processes, the people, the partners, and the products all work together on making it better. If I were to break this down, and you can probably see that a lot better than I can, we can focus on the different parts of the people, making them get more proficient with technology, and that is essentially our framework. In practice, we put that towards our students, and we get a bit of a journey on their use of technology. We're a one-to-one school, school-owned devices all the way through. We start with iPads in the junior school, transition them to small laptops, getting ready for NAPLAN, and then move them on to a larger business-size laptop all the way through. We like our equipment to be repaired on site because as a boys' school, we are the highest number of damaged laptops probably in the country. I challenge any other school to see how their equipment could be more rugged than ours. Our choices are for things to be BBC boy-proof, and you'll see that all the way through from the technology in the classroom that can support the weight of the boys swinging on it to the laptops that can withstand a rugby tackle. When we look at our classroom technology, we have our Aruba network running quite well, backed by our ViewSonic interactive flat panels in pretty much every classroom, a few projectors here and there, and Vivi controlling it all the way through. So those are our standard. When you walk into a classroom, you'll be able to connect and start teaching straight away. We like to make the best of the equipment we've got and retrofit existing buildings. And normally on a smaller group, I'd take you on a tour of our prototype space, which is a dedicated building that has all the different types of furniture and equipment that you can possibly imagine, with the idea being, let's throw mud at a wall, see what's suitable before we try to roll it out across the whole school. So it gives us that opportunity to test and prototype both the technology, the equipment, how it gets used, and that is quite well shown in the floor plan of how we gutted an old drama classroom and turned it into a bit of a tech lab. It's got a boardroom, it's got a podcast studio. Essentially, any way that a teacher could possibly want to teach can be facilitated in that space. And the technology works hand in glove in that. Often seamless, from the electronic locks on the doors all the way through. We've also extended this prototyping now over to our science labs, and after many years of the same old tried and tested labs, we've refitted our physics labs just this year, and they just opened in the last week of school. And I'd love to take you through that, but in order to do that, I thought, well, I can't really move 100 people across the school, but I can definitely fly a drone through the classroom. You'll see plenty of storage, writable walls, multiple screens. And then we can head over to our prototype space and fly through that. So this is a makerspace style with lots of different furniture layouts and equipment, room for 3D printers if we need them, Salto lockers in the corner so that teachers can store lab coats or whatever is needed. And then at the end of the building is a more traditional style classroom, so that when a teacher is not too comfortable with the newer tech, they can go back to a place of comfort. Yes, we have sewing machines at the boys' school. So that's our prototype classrooms. That's essentially what we're building for the future. And how we support that is with infrastructure. We have dual located server rooms with full redundancies throughout. We have generators, thank you Lee, that came in handy during the storms last year. And yeah, dual firewalls, dual switches all the way through to the classroom. We have cybersecurity as a main focus. As you can imagine, it's well, a really good topic for an IT conference, I reckon. And we use things like the 40 SASE to filter our devices when they're not at school. So from home, the students still get the same filtered internet, blocking all of the nasty stuff and all the fun stuff as well. So no social media, gaming and instant messaging. So all of that obviously moves over to their personal devices, out of our problem, right? We use a bit of application control and our sock and seam working quite well. If I talk more about my strengths, which is in the applications and systems, we have your usual shopping list of products, the TAS main student management system, and everything interconnected. Now I thought, how could I show you what that all looks like? Because you've all seen your software list to be something similar to mine. So I thought I'd imagine it in a bit of a wireframe, connect it all together. And a lot of our focus over the years has been interconnecting these systems, and I'm sure you like to see these sort of things, because I do too. So TAS feeds from our enrolment system and works its way through the inner workings of TAS. We then tap out of that, thank you, into a bunch of automations that have been running for many years, and that allows our teacher records to become employee records and student records to pass through nicely. All well supported, of course, and we can then extend our Active Directory side to the Microsoft space, and we get our list of Microsoft things. So off to the cloud, Entra, single sign-on all the way through. We've added a bit of school data sync to get the teams working for the students' classes, application control in tune on all the devices, everything's starting to connect nicely. We then tap into Wand to connect to our student information to other cloud services, get the anything that can support Wand, we use that as the API. Otherwise, we use other ways to connect. On this diagram, the bottom half, everything in the blue is essentially behind single sign-on with Microsoft. And when we throw the parent connection systems in there, we get our PIPs, connecting Parent Lounge and all of the usual systems that the parents connect to. They start to get added. We then make use of TAS APIs to connect to as many systems as we can. We get more and more interconnected through to Land School picking up classes and timetable changes so that a supervising teacher gets their class set and can do their part. And then finally, we can tack on all of the other systems that aren't yet integrated, but make a nice little map all the way through. We've got some Apple management, and finally, our whole system that I could think of in making this presentation. And then of course, I remember, oh yeah, and we've also got other HR systems and other systems that could be connected. So this map could just continue to grow, and it will as we get everything interconnected. So yeah, there you go. Your stack probably looks something like that. So how do we support that? Well, what is technology services? It's a question that we can sort of cover with the things that we do as a team. Obviously, we look after a lot of broken laptops and software and teaching people how to use it, best practice, all of that. We deal with the physical security around here, CCTV, electronic locks, anything connected to a network or to power is essentially under the technology services remit. We cover e-learning. My background as a teacher comes in handy to help that through, and business applications has been a new addition with getting more efficiencies, adding on products like MyAlly and automations where it's appropriate. And recently, in the last couple of years, ramping up with incident response, investigations and auditing of devices, and obviously the web filtering at home. But now we hit with a lot of AI governance has been my focus this year as we start to catalogue everything that's being used and then decide whether it's appropriate and come up with the way that we're going to use AI. Going back to our framework, what does scale, what can we actually service, and most importantly, what is secure? So we have a technology services team. This is my little org chart, but I was thinking this is not the best way to represent what is BBC. We're a GPS school, we're a rugby school, so let's throw it onto a rugby field. Let's get our players in place. So on my team, I have a architect in the goals. We've got some engineers to support him. I'm somewhere in the middle there with the coordinator. We've got AV up on one side. We've got all the techs and junior techs in the print room at the front line. And we're having a good game. Who are we playing against? Well, that's how we all connect. And we're up against a community of 1,400 kids, hundreds of teachers, lots of non-teaching staff, lots of coaches. I didn't put on here, but yeah, there's hundreds and hundreds of them and the parents. So they all make up that side of the field. And typical day in action would be something like this, with me trying to get parent-facing with any problems that might persist. We've got AV doing a presentation up there to some parents and the students, and we've got the techs helping the students with their laptops, and the engineers running around keeping everything running interchangeable there. So that's your typical day. You may think, okay, it's us versus them. Well, that's not really the case. I kind of see it as a new player has entered the field, where we have some threat actors in place, and they've come in. So now the game's changed. We're having to defend the students and the teachers and the parents against cyber threats. So that's really what I think the game is we're all on the one side against the rest of the world. Sometimes it feels that way. When I look at cybersecurity, the theme for today, after the call, I can not really attest to having been breached, thank goodness. Our school is protected with a sock and seam. They've sold us a rock that keeps away bears, and I haven't seen any bears, so the rock must be working. But I like to plan, I like to be ready, and I do that through incident response planning. So our friends upstairs took the exec team through a tabletop exercise, and we learnt a lot of valuable lessons in redundancies of systems, having your contingencies, documenting everything, and just the roles that people within a response team need to take, because an incident could last for a very long time, and we need to look after the people on the team that are responding. So there's a few of my takeaways there. I do a lot of volunteer work with the state emergency services, and you can imagine that incident response is something that we do there all the time when there's a storm, a flood, and the same classifications that are used to determine the level of a storm or a flood can be used to determine the size of a cyber attack, and that determines what size team and what roles that incident response team need to take. So you classify an incident as a level 1, 2, or 3. Level 1 is something that we can handle in-house. We don't need any extra support. We've got it. It was a simple patch that we needed to push out, and that solves that problem. Level 2, you start to have to delegate more people to do more different jobs outside of their usual scope. And then level 3 is when it's real fun and real messy, where you need other agency support. So that could be calling on the group office down the road or the other schools in the network. That's when we would all start to be working together on the Mitie forum to coordinate our response. That would hopefully be something that we never get to see, but we can plan for it. So this classification is AIMS, and it's used by emergency services all around Australia and the world. It's interoperable, so anyone coming into an incident knows the language. They know what unity of command is, where only one person is reporting to one person. You don't have 3 bosses in an incident, you have one. So a key takeaway for AIMS is that this isn't your normal org structure. You stop reporting to multiple people and having to answer the same question multiple times. It's all within a management by objectives, where the incident controller sets what's going to happen and it all scales from there. Everyone has a function. It's a coloured vest. I'm green today, which is good. And you're broken into those roles. Now, in a small level 1 incident, the incident controller would probably be the IT director, and they would just be doing the role of all of those planning, operations, and logistics. When you start to break that out in a larger incident, more roles need to get delegated. So if we mapped that towards a level 1 ICT incident, so there's the IT director is the incident controller. He's liaising with the leadership team. He's got a crew of his usual technicians, and we can coordinate that all in-house. Pay close attention to a level 1 layout. I'll refer to that later. I said I haven't been breached, but I have a pretty good example of what a breach could feel like. And a level 3 would be where the IT director stops bossing people around, leave that to the head engineer, the architect. He can actually coordinate the operational response. IT director's role is probably better suited for logistics, calling on all those vendors, calling in all the favours from other people, getting other help. An interesting addition you'll see there in the orange is a counsellor or HR wellbeing person. That person's role in the team is to make sure that the team can still function. Because if that technician's been working for 18 hours or something ridiculous, fatigue starts to settle in, someone needs to have that little tap of the shoulder and say, go home, this will still be here tomorrow. That counsellor role is critically important to ensure that the incident response team can continue to operate. So, lastly, I want to talk about an example of an incident. If we can remember July 2024, you may have been travelling at the time, or you may have been operating a school on a Friday afternoon, and your servers started to see blue screen to death. So I have a play-by-play. In preparing for this, I loaded up my notes on the night, and I just copied and pasted from 3:30 onwards, blow by blow of what happened the night that CrowdStrike took down the majority of the world. And for us, we had just started using CrowdStrike with our servers, so it was on our domain controllers, which meant that very quickly we lost all of our domain controllers. And that kind of is critically important because everything uses the domain controllers. If you think back to my lovely application list, that blue half of the screen where everything was single sign-on, well, that kind of needs AD to work for that to happen. So this is my conversations with executive, with the headmaster, calling in people, checking to see. We got our most of our information from Reddit that night, and we survived. So how did it look for us between 4 p.m. and 11 p.m. on that Friday? Well, this is the areas in red were affected, which is pretty much everything. So if you were logged in, you could continue to work, but if your login needed to sync back to AD at all, no, that doesn't work anymore. So when you think about contingencies and what you could actually do to get around this kind of thing, you don't really have much you can do other than fix the problem, which takes time. So we fixed the problem, which took time, and now I have a good example of comms to send out in the days after, essentially saying that, yeah, we've been affected, and there's no point sugarcoating it, it's going to take time. One of the interesting things, in order to recover, we had to recover AD from snapshots where it didn't have the problem. This was before they released the fix. So we could either wait for CrowdStrike to fix it, which we knew they would, but we needed to get back up and running. We had junior school year 6s were on flights back from Canberra. It was, yeah, just exactly the time you want something like that to happen. And yeah, so we found that in doing that recovery, that then anyone who had changed their password on a Friday, well, it now had the old password, so there's lots of mismatches and fun. But we got through it, and we learnt a lot, and we documented it. So hopefully that's not put you all in in a sweating state of mind going, oh yeah, what if this was an attack on the whole system? Yeah. So, all right, well, thank you. That was Brisbane Boys College and a bit of cyber yeah, who's next? So.
Thanks, Ben. That was absolutely brilliant. There's many, many things I took out of that and I really enjoyed. You're the most damaged laptop school on the face of the earth. Okay, that's something to have to your title, isn't it? Love the fly-throughs too with the drone. That's absolutely brilliant. And I was looking around the room as the maps were going up about all of the software and all the complexities that we deal with. And I was thinking there's probably a hell of a lot more that wasn't up on that board because our software stacks are absolutely huge, those that are known and also the shadow IT. And then when you have something like that CrowdStrike incident, I guess it kind of was, wasn't it? I wasn't thinking at the time, but because it actually didn't affect us, I had to say. But it was kind of like a dress rehearsal, I guess, for many people of what might be a cyber incident. Our next speaker is Mark Nix, and Mark is going to speak to us on the topic of surviving a ransomware attack. Mark is from Eagers Automotive, and he's held many senior cyber and information security leadership roles. He's currently the CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer at Eagers Automotive. And he brings direct, I know this to be the case because ChatGPT told me, he brings direct real-world experience from major enterprise environments, particularly in strengthening cyber resilience, improving visibility across complex environments. You let us know if this isn't true. Complex environments and helping organisations respond to evolving threats. Mark, welcome to the stage.
I use my laptop here because I can hardly see that one up there as well. Yeah, it was interesting, the CrowdStrike thing. We had CrowdStrike prior to getting Sentinel-1, and the Sentinel-1 person rang me that afternoon and was gloating about CrowdStrike at the time. So that was very interesting. And that particular night, my wife and I went to see Gold Class, and that was interesting as well, because all of their cash registers were affected as well. Anyways, surviving a ransomware incident. I think it's the green one. Yeah, okay. What I want to just cover off, I'll give you a bit of an overview of who Eagers Automotive is. A lot of you will know. What happened, a summary, including the impact. Generally about ransomware incidents, some of the human factors in responding to a crisis, and some key takeaways. Obviously, if you have any major questions, feel free to put your hands up and we'll see what we can do about that. Okay. Eagers Automotive, believe it or not, it's greater than 112 years old. It's a Brisbane-based company which has expanded. We have dealerships in 140 locations throughout Australia and New Zealand. Actually, it should be more than that, but literally there's 450 dealerships of various sizes around the country, but in 140 locations. Greater than 8,500 employees. We're roughly around about 9,000 at the moment. We have multiple systems. It is, without a doubt, one of the most frustrating things to come across in IT, where you have multiple ERPs involved, mainly as a result of acquisitions and mergers over the years. But we have to keep all of this stuff running. The 2024 revenue was 11.2 billion, and of that, it all came down to 335 million. So there's a lot of sales to make a little bit of money in the end of the day. And just as a side, given the current affairs in the world with the oil crisis, it might interest you to know that we sold 7,000 BYDs 2 weeks ago. So I'm not sure what that number is up now, but they're predicting about 30,000 in the month of April. Okay, so if you just have a quick read of that, this is a statement that we had to issue to the ASX on the Friday following that date. So that wasn't on the 29th. But essentially, we had a ransomware attack. We became aware of it on roughly around midnight on the 26th, so Boxing Day, which is a great time to attack anyone if you're a hacker, by the way. And it was just chaos. The first few hours was chaos, I'd have to say. Just even from the point of view of contacting people. I know that I had my phone switched off for the first time in a number of years because I had holidays. And then I turned the phone on and there were just messages after messages coming through. Work contacted me through my wife's phone. And then we all just piled into the, on the 27th to go into Brisbane to start having meetings to discuss all of this. We had an incident response plan in place. We did a tabletop exercise literally that year. So in some sense, we were kind of expecting it or knowing what to do when it happened, I suppose, which was a good thing. As I said, Boxing Day 2023. The incident affected virtual machines in our physical world. And it was mainly legacy systems that were impacted in the end of the day. It was an attack which specifically targeted VMware once they got in, and it resulted in over 300 VMs that were affected. So you could imagine that that's quite a few machines taken out. The majority of the machines taken out were in relation to file servers, so they affected a lot of unstructured data. And also there was an AD that was taken out, one of our ADs, because we have over 13 of them. One of them was taken out in one of the legacy data centres, and that affected one of our parts warehouses significantly. Funnily enough, we had been on a process of moving towards SharePoint for our file services. We were way down the path on that. We were about 70% of the way down that path. So some of the decisions we made as a result of this ransomware attack were not to recover. It was literally just to push on and knock those things over. And it actually, we used it as like never, you have to make good with the crisis, in other words. So use the crisis to your advantage, and we did that. And essentially we're now, well, we'd be 99% SharePoint for file services, those sorts of things. The other thing that we had that was significant was our most common ERP that we were using, a product called Era from a vendor called Pentana, which I don't know how many of these people in this room, because you all look rather young, but when you look at Telnet and those sorts of technologies, that's what we're talking about for this particular ERP. Very common in car dealerships, by the way. We were moving at that time to have those processes hosted by the vendor, and we were literally almost there. So there was only like 5 dealerships out of 140 odd locations that were impacted in that sense. So at the end of the day, I'd say we got lucky to start with. But what did it all mean? So what we found out, I guess fairly early on, is that ransomware incidents are not only a technical problem. We were able to, I'd say that the IT side of things was over and done and dusted pretty much within 2 weeks. We'd already worked out our plan of move to SharePoint, restore certain systems, all of that kind of stuff was already worked out, was in train. After that, I can tell you now, even the first Friday, when we issued to the ASX, we were in discussions with OEMs. We were in discussions with key partners. So from I guess a private corporation point of view, they were significant discussions that had to be had. We're talking like Toyota, many of the car dealers. We sell 54 brands in Australia. And the key brands were Toyota, Ford, your Mazdas, your BMWs of the world, all of those. And they were all lining up to talk to us about these things. On the other side of the fence, when the ransomware actually happened, because we had cyber insurance, we kicked that off straight away. And within 2 hours, we had a project manager that we could use to manage the process. Now, this project manager, they are lawyers. So essentially, whilst I contacted the ACSC and the New Zealand counterparts, that part went out of my hands. I could just hand it over and these guys would manage that process. I'd be involved, but it makes a huge difference if you're involved in something like this, because they're dealing with threat actors on the dark web, all of that kind of stuff. You do not want to be involved in that. You want the experts involved in that. And that was excellent. So anyway, they were dealing with that. We were dealing with vendors. We were dealing with our partners. Quite frankly, my team, which is the cybersecurity team, we were also doing the forensics. So we were managing that process with the externally appointed forensics team. Because we had Sentinel-1, we were able to identify what happened, when it happened, and how it happened. And I won't tell you what that was. But I will give you some tips at the end of this as to what you can do to protect yourselves from that sort of thing happening again. It was clear that human decision-making becomes the most critical factor in an incident such as this. And you find that stress, uncertainty, and time pressures, that they affect judgment. And what we had to do, and what was really good that I can reflect on, was that our CEO, he basically slowed us down. He basically said, right, we've got to slow down. We have the project manager appointed. Let them do their jobs. You guys need to work on the technical side. And then there were other aspects where we had to deal with internally. So we had to also deal with our financial controllers across the country. So we had meetings every couple of days with those guys to determine what data they needed to get back versus what they didn't need. So part of this whole thing was determining, well, what do we really need to recover? Because some of this data, in a sense, was actually a risk to bring back. So we didn't want to bring back risky data that no one used anymore. We had years and years and years of data. So that was one of the advantages that we took out of this whole process. One of the things is also to know that if you understand the human factors, it does improve response effectiveness. So if you can understand when people are getting stressed, when people are getting overworked, and in those first 2 weeks, there was not a lot of sleep to be had by a lot of us, we had to sort of manage our staff and how they're feeling and so forth. I would have had, I think, meetings every day for at least a month, weekends included, the whole thing. And then we got to a point where, in the incident, where it slowed down. It took about 6 months overall to get through it, but we were dealing with regulators, we were dealing with customers, we were dealing with the vendors, as I said, etc., the whole way through. In the end, there was about 12,000 people that were affected in terms of PII that was taken. Technology detects incidents, people manage the crisis. It's a bit of a cliche, I suppose, but that's what happens. We became aware of the incident through certain aspects of things not working in a data centre. In a way, a little bit disappointing because we did have other technologies in place that should have identified these things, but at the time we had a problem with that technology. And going back through the logs, we could see where it was. Determining what it was within those logs was a needle in a haystack, however. So decisions in the whole process are often made with incomplete information. So we have to be aware of that in a crisis. So there's pressure also from leadership, customers, key stakeholders, as I mentioned, regulators and media. And if we make poor human decisions, that can actually worsen an incident. And thankfully, in our case, we had that external party that was involved and managing the whole thing. The name was Clyde & Co. You can look them up if you like, but they're one of the key ones in Australia. In terms of psychology of a crisis, there's usually a fight or flight response triggered by a perceived threat. So we could see this happening. We could see the way people were reacting. Some people were getting angry, etc. It was interesting. What happens is, from a physiological point of view, adrenaline and cortisol is released, the heart rate increases, attention narrows, rational thinking in the prefrontal cortex decreases, and that explains why your decision-making could be reduced. Tunnel vision on a single hypothesis can be a problem, but we were very, very lucky in that we stood back from the problem and we managed it in a controlled manner. We had meetings with the board. I remember having a board meeting on the day, and they called all the board members from wherever they were in the world. So you could imagine there's Nick Politis on his boat in his pyjamas, and we're telling him what this incident is. But thankfully our board is a very calm board, and they were happy for us to manage. They're not, even though they're a hands-on board, they realised that they couldn't get involved and make matters worse. And that is also a potential problem in something that's so disastrous as this. There is an action bias, urge to act immediately in these scenarios, and there's a reduced ability to process complex information as a result. This increases the risk of incorrect or premature decisions. So I guess, I don't want to labour on it, but essentially, it might be counterintuitive, but you have to slow down. If you don't slow down, you're going to make a bad decision. You have to really work it out, what's happening, what went wrong, and you've got to really understand what the information is. Major incidents often run for days, and from an IT perspective, we had a few engineers that were running on empty for a couple of weeks. So in the end, it was go home, take some rest, etc., and come back in a couple of days, that kind of thing. We also, when the incident was over, we made it a point to pay out-of-pocket special bonuses to these people. That was so important to us, just to pat them on the back and say, you did such a great job, etc. And it was important, right? So, because as we say, with the major incidences running for days, you get sleep deprivation. Again, it degrades cognitive performance, error rates increase significantly, decision quality deteriorates over time. We had one of our areas that was highly impacted was a legacy based issue at one of our parts warehouses. And when I say legacy, I mean very much legacy. When we acquired that particular company years ago, we were tossing up whether we even want to acquire this because of the legacy involved, but it hadn't been addressed. So it hadn't been addressed in years, and as a result, we copped it, where we had to literally migrate them into a new platform to get out of it because the technology no longer existed. So that's another little learning that you can have is don't let the world go by. Don't think that just because it works today, it's going to work in 10 years' time. You've got to keep up on all of the technologies as they're evolving, and literally you have to move before you were made to move. The other area is in relation to cognitive overload. During this process, multiple data sources, logs, alerts, communications. The forensic side of things was very interesting. So I have a cybersecurity engineer who I would consider a bit of a savant, and he was able to identify the problem before the professional forensics team were able to, but he was able to go through all of the alerts, etc., and so forth. We were very lucky. We had Sentinel-1 as an EDR solution. It was only a 14-day solution that we had acquired. As a result of this incident, we're now on 90 days, funnily enough. But having the tools that could tell you where things are, what went wrong, it is so much better than not knowing, because if you don't know, you don't know if you fixed it, right? So from our perspective, we decided to go to SharePoint regardless. Don't bring up these other things. There were two reasons for that. One was, well, we weren't sure what was going on. We didn't know if someone was still there. We literally communicated via another process. It wasn't Hotmail, it was WhatsApp. So the ELT and the major incident response team, we gathered WhatsApp accounts and started communicating with that, because we weren't sure whether the hacker was in our communication systems. So there are a lot of things that you have to do. Simultaneous technical and business decisions have to be made in these processes. As I said, if we hadn't done that tabletop exercise, I believe there would have been a lot more fluster. And the incident or scenario that we did was exactly a ransomware attack. So we talked about the things that we would do. They weren't exactly what things are pan out, and they never does. But if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. I'd say that to you. We recently did another tabletop exercise, and it was just like that. And it was essentially because we had real experience in these things. One of the other things I've got down here is that teams may default to assumptions instead of evidence. That's one thing you should be careful of when you're dealing with one of these crises. And it does happen. It does happen. Let me just move this one. So the communication challenges, and I think, if anything, a ransomware attack, forget about the IT side. IT covers, it's not that hard. You can either recover it, you're going to have a question of, okay, I need hardware or whatever, I need to restore, etc., or I need to move. Those sorts of things are easy to do. Like, from a technical point of view, it's not a big deal. But it's the operational teams that really need to be involved in these things. And you don't want to have miscommunication between your technical teams, your operational and your executive teams. That is one thing you have to be very clear on. And that's why we had multiple stand-up sessions, usually at the beginning of the day. This is where we're at, this is what's happening, etc., etc. We went through it, and there are different levels, right? So there are levels at the financial controller type levels, because we would have had like 80 financial controllers out there. There would be levels that are at the LT levels, etc. And there's obviously levels at the brand level as well. When you're dealing with Toyota, or you're dealing with Mazda, etc., all of that kind of thing. One of the other challenges for communication is any sort of escalation pressure from leadership. As I said, we were lucky, but you need to know your leaders. Your leaders may not be that type of calm demeanour in a crisis. So in those cases, you need to train for a crisis to understand what they're like. Information changes rapidly during an incident, okay? In particular for us, it became an issue of Office of Information Commissioner and what we report and how we get the information out to the customers that were affected. Because what happened was they took data that was unstructured. We then had to try and identify what was that data that was taken, a very difficult exercise. We had to restore some systems just to identify that. Into a hived off area, so to speak. But what was changing rapidly was what we report, when we report, and all this kind of stuff. You needed clear and structured communication. That's essential. And you've got to consider all key stakeholders. So if you were planning for an incident like this, you'd want to consider, well, what are all my stakeholders? So essentially, like the previous speaker, identifying all of your stakeholders and how you communicate with them, etc., is important. When we talk about leadership under pressure, leaders must create clarity in uncertainty. So not necessarily jumping to conclusions and making decisions, but in terms of when you make a decision, be very clear about what that is and what your expectations are. And there's leadership from all levels. There's leadership from yourselves, there'll be leadership from your headmasters and so forth. You need to avoid the blame and encourage information sharing, because that's the only way you're going to get through a crisis like this. We know what happened. We know we could have blamed people for things that weren't done, but that never was the case in the end. We have to focus on priorities, containment, impact, and communication. They're the critical things. We've got to maintain a calm tone to stabilise the team and ensure psychological and emotional support is available to affected people. Because literally, some of this stuff will sneak up on your staff members, and people that you don't know, you might think are solid, but they may be unstable in these scenarios. So what are the techniques to improve human performance? Incident response playbooks and runbooks. You practice, practice, practice. It's the only way to reduce anxiety in these scenarios. If you've practiced before, if you make it muscle memory, you will find you won't be having that anxiety during these real incidents. You have to have defined roles and an incident command structure. So for us, as I said, the first few hours were chaotic, as you'd expect, but it was essentially, okay, where's the incident response plan? Go from that. Then, okay, we need to contact the cyber insurers. Go from that. Then we needed to contact the regulators, etc. And then we had the project manager. Then we had the forensics. Everything just sort of came in. And then while that was happening in the IT space, we were contained. And then we were starting to talk about what went wrong, what's the impact on the business, etc. You can shift rotations to maintain fatigue, and manage fatigue. You don't want to maintain it. And that's a critical thing as well, knowing when people are starting to get burnt out, send them home. They need to come back refreshed. As I said, there are regular incident simulations and tabletop exercise. Ensure that your key stakeholders are considered in them. For us, a lot of it has been about the ELT and the board knowing what happens, and that's really about communication. See, IT people, you people in this room are all used to recovering from things that break, right? So that's easy. The technical stuff is easy, but teaching the other people, like the business people, to understand when that happens and how to react, that's the important part. You've got to encourage employer participation, not just IT staff, and ownership in the incident response process. They need to own it. By having that external project manager for us on the incidents, they're experts, yeah, and all that sort of stuff, but by having that, it basically took away any internal politics or any of that stuff that went on. You had the experts there saying, oh, we've got to do this, we've got to do that. So you got no pushback whatsoever. It was brilliant in that respect. You need to build a resilient response culture. So you need to have psychological safety in reporting issues. You need to encourage questioning assumptions. Post-incident reviews focused on learning. So learning, well, what worked, what didn't work, what could we have done differently, etc. We no longer have 13 active directories, by the way. And up until that point, we did have a scenario where we had Entra and we had syncing with Entra. We no longer sync Entra with AD. One of the first things we did was we split Entra from AD because we realised the issue was happening in AD. Very painful for people initially, but now they're used to that. And we've actually moved to the point where we've in-tuned all our devices, so we've pulled them out of AD altogether. And the only thing that lives in AD at the moment is printers, and that's our next stage. So we want to be totally independent of this on-premise legacy, if you like, moving forward. Continuous improvement of incident response processes themselves and involving all key stakeholders within the enterprise. They're critical things to building a resilience culture. Because you just never know, someone might say, oh, well, what if we lose this? And people might not have even thought about that, and that might be a critical thing. So the key takeaways I have, and I hope I haven't bored you today, ransomware and cyber incidents are as much a human crisis as a technology one, okay? The technology part is fairly easy. You all know it. That's not the hard part. The hard part is knowing what matters to everybody else, prioritising that, and how you can do that. From a technical point of view, legacy systems are a significant risk. That's what we learned. Be on top of your legacy. Change it when you get the opportunity to change it. Don't wait. We literally had plans to change some of this stuff that broke on us before we had a chance to change it. We had a lot of things in place to prevent. I would also argue, whilst we might try and prevent, because prevention is the best form of cure, it's going to happen. It doesn't matter what you have, it's going to happen. Stress, fatigue and overload, they affect judgment. Structured processes can counteract human limitations. So practice, practice, practice. And strong leadership and preparation improves outcomes. In terms of what some things you can do for prevention from a technical point of view, don't let anyone sync Google accounts. Don't let anyone save passwords to Google Chrome and sync those. Whatever you do, do not do that. Second thing is change your legacy, upgrade your legacy. Don't leave a legacy system lying around, because that's how they'll find their way in, okay? And that's it. Thank you.
Somehow we found ourselves running miles early, so I'm actually asking Mark if he's prepared to do a little bit of Q&A. Are there any questions that you've got for Mark? Chris, and we'll repeat the question here so that we get it on the live stream. Chris.
Yes, if I look at our structure, we've got about 110 IT people. Of that, you'd say there's about 40 that are in infrastructure and services. And again, there's 4 in my team for the cyber side. So we are kind of lucky in that respect. We've got others that can take up the mantle if someone's not available, that kind of thing. Funnily enough, on the day of the 27th, when my wife was getting rung by the boss's secretary to say Mark hasn't switched his phone on, so I turned my phone on and then bang, all it came through. We couldn't contact the CIO for another 3 hours because he was out in a farm somewhere or what have you. But we did get him in the end, and then we all sort of met. So it's not an easy one. You go with what you've got, essentially, right? So we knew that these people were around. If someone was away, we would have someone else to contact. But it's not easy. So the CEO says to me, well, I need the incident response plan. Can I get it? Sort of thing. It's like, oh, yeah, you can get it. It wasn't hidden anywhere, but it was just he didn't know where to go for that sort of thing. And then we took off from there. And just having said that, the incident response plan, we kept it at a high level. Like, we didn't want to go too deep. It's literally only 3 pages, right? So, and then we have a bunch of scenarios that fit into that. So we had a scenario on ransomware, a scenario on some malware that's affecting the whole organisation, those sorts of things. And that was helpful.
Any other questions?
Sorry, you missed that first question if you're on the live stream.
Oh,
Just wondering, so in terms of your decision not to attempt to restore if you possibly could, was that born out of just a concern in terms of your inability to be confident that you'd gone far enough back in terms of finding something clean? What was driving that decision?
There was 2 things. One was, at that time, we weren't completely confident that they may not have still been in the systems where they were. Even though, like, we cut off communications and all that sort of stuff. The other thing, and probably the most important thing, was that we were a fair way down the track on our SharePoint transitioning, and the CIO always had the viewpoint is always make use of a good crisis. And so we just pushed on like you wouldn't believe. Now, was it the right thing to do? It depends on the scenario, right? It depends on how much was taken and what exactly the asset is that's been destroyed. If it was in ERP, we may have had a different choice. Of the 3 or 4 dealerships that were affected by the ERP that was still on premise, it was actually in a project phase to be installed in January after we had the incident to move over anyway. So we just greenlit that straight away. So I say we're lucky because we were in the scenario where we had things that were in place to try and improve our IT strategy, I suppose. And we just had the opportunity to pull the trigger on some of those things. But it depends, I guess.
Did you work out
The dwell time? Yeah, it was probably I'd say about 3 months based on the logs that we could get to. Yeah, based on logs and dark market scanning and things like that. So we know what happened, how it happened, but yeah.
You may not be able to answer this question, but I'll ask it anyway. The decision to pay or not pay,
That's an
has
interesting...
that been baked into your process, or is that something you had to confront?
So our project managers, Clyde and Co, that was an interesting discussion because the board were neither for it or against it. They were basically... There were 2 things. The fact that essentially we could continue to operate and, look, we were selling cars on pieces of paper at that period of time. It's the busiest time of year. You want to sell them before the end of December. And so they were operating on paper contracts. But because it didn't affect all of the dealerships, it was only a very small number. It wasn't as big a deal, so therefore we weren't in a scenario where we literally could not operate. If we were in that scenario, I suspect that they may have been pushing more towards that. We didn't, but Clyde and Co, through their partners, they did contact the threat actor, and it was a bizarre sort of response. They didn't kind of ask for what they wanted and all this sort of stuff, so it kind of it was a bit of a moot point anyway. But at the same time, they did do an exercise in investigating the sanctions implications for, say, directors. So, for instance, if for instance, these guys were from Iran or something like that, and we paid them, they could have, been barred from entering the United States and things like that for our directors. So the sanctions advice was really important as well in that. But at the end of the day, we decided not to pursue it anyway.
Hey Mark, Louis here from BBC. Just wanted to ask you about the consequences or the impact on the decision of not recovering part of the lost information. It affected people in various ways. So there would have been some, because most of this information was unstructured file server type data, so it was really more the financial controllers that were more worried about it because they were coming up to end of year accounts and things like that. Because the end of the year for us is the 31st of December. That's our financial year as well as calendar year. So there were elements that we had to recover. So we could identify, we had the backups and things like that, and it was more about whether we recovered data into the new SharePoint that we set up for them. So we immediately set up SharePoint sites for the various accountants out there, and we'd recover what we could in there that they absolutely needed. So it was really them coming to us and saying, we need this. And so then we go back and do it that way. At the end of the day, the biggest effect on us as a company was the PII data, because that was what affected us with regulators and customers. And obviously we had the Optus and the Medibank thing occur, I think, in 23 as well, or it was certainly earlier in the year. And so there was a lot of fear around litigation and things like that in the whole thing. So we had to be very careful in because it could still have other old PII data in there. We didn't want to recover an opportunity for another thing to. Some of the things we've done since, because we're now on SharePoint, we have a Varonis license, which will go through all of our SharePoint files, identify PII data, mark any files as such as critical. And then on the other side of things, we have a product that we use called Zscaler for our SASE. We don't use 40 SASE. We did consider it, but we didn't. And we block files being uploaded to the internet, basically, that has PII data. I mean, it's only a small thing, but there's little things like that we do. We also, through Varonis, we have been able to secure our SharePoint sites so that people can't get onto Copilot and find out, specific data somewhere else in a SharePoint, for instance, those sorts of things. So, so.
Hi, Far from Faith Christian School. So with the diverse systems that you have with such a large company, how did you know that the threat was completely eradicated? Through
the forensics, we were able to tell that they were no longer there. It's a difficult question because it's all horses for courses as into terms of how you determine that particular thing. But we were able to tell that they weren't there. We also cut off those particular systems. They never ever came back, those systems, essentially. It was a really nefarious thing that they used to get in. And then once they were in, they basically attacked the VMware controllers. So it was at the VMware control level. So basically they had access to all of our VMs in the whole environment. Didn't matter where you were, sort of thing. So essentially there were 2 data centers that were mainly impacted. One in particular more than the other. And then there was a couple of file servers that were out in the network that were also attacked. It's a massive network we've got, and one of our end goals, obviously, was to get it out of the network. One of the positive benefits as to removing everything from a file server and putting it in SharePoint for these dealerships is you no longer have to send someone to Roma to deal with the server that's sitting out there, that kind of thing. So there's a lot of things like that.
Reece Chapman, Churchy. You've touched on it kind of briefly or alluded to it a couple of times. The nefarious way they got in. Interesting comment on shared saving passwords in Chrome. Are you able to share more on how they got in? Or
no, I won't.
Any steps you've taken to prevent further intrusions?
Well, what we
Did you
do
learn
have
anything
is
from how they got in?
Yeah, so we've actually blocked sharing, blocked saving passwords into browsers. We've done that we did that at the AD level, but we've also done that in Intune. And what we've done is we've rolled out Dashlane as a password manager. Essentially, the last time I looked, we had about 4,500 people actively using Dashlane. Because you don't expect everyone to actively use it. We probably have about, I'd say, 6,500 information workers. You've got, detailers and service techs and things like that, which wouldn't necessarily use a computer, so they don't really care about the passwords, or they only know one password, sort of thing. But generally, that's been pretty good for us. So any of those, they're all the same, the password managers, essentially. But that's a positive thing. Makes me sleep better at night, knowing that people aren't storing passwords on browsers or on pieces of paper.
Got it. I'm just wondering, so given what you know now, have you taken the decision to put in place any more instrumentation to collect more detailed forensics? For example, not just the cyber part of it, but in terms of operational access to make sure there's artefacts you can go back and if you had your time again, is there information you would have liked to have to hand you don't have now? And have you put in tooling to enable that?
We had a tool called a TiVo, which was a good tool, but it's one of the things that unfortunately Sentinel-1 didn't get right. And that tool would have probably told us that something was happening when they first got in. And if I had my time again, I'd like that to actually be working. Because we would have known straight away. Initially, when we first put it in years ago, it was like if you met certain criteria, you would just block access for an endpoint moving sort of thing. And we could have done something like that if that was, if that was in place. But again, when you look at these things, I don't know if any of you are fans of air crash investigators, but it literally is that. There's this thing went wrong, or this thing didn't, you didn't have this, and then all of a sudden it's a fait accompli.
I don't know that I need this, but anyway. One of the things that you mentioned was that you made the arbitrary decision that you weren't going to recover certain systems because the data that was in there obviously wasn't of business value to you. What kind of conversations have you had in the organisation since then about the kinds of data you do keep moving forward?
Yeah, actually that's an interesting one because we have actually had some large conversations about PII data in particular, because that was recognised as the risk for us. We identified that data is no longer an asset, but it's actually a risk in these scenarios. And I remember a conversation with the CEO where he said, yeah, we've got all this customer data, but have we ever used it? Who actually uses this information, etc. And then thinking back to it, why do we need to keep it for so long, etc. So the conversations have been around not keeping data for as long. We've got a product that we built internally. We have a bunch of developers and they built a product they call Easy Docs. But essentially what it does is it obfuscates data after time. So it's essentially like a file management system. Everyone's got them. And what we do is when they put the data in there, we've got rules set up so that if it's put in as a certain type, it uses AI to determine also what type of file or form, etc. is going in. And then we've got a set of policies and rules that sit behind it that say things like, a test drive document, you can only keep that for 3 months. And the reason why we do that is so that if someone gets a traffic fine, we can chase the person, right? But things like, say, a car contract, it might be a year, and we only need it for a year because the OEMs need it to do their reviews, etc. like that. So we've made up specific rules and to stick to them. But prior to the event, it was like, you keep it there, just stick it there, and occasionally you get rid of it because it's, we don't have enough space or something like that. So it's really changed in the way people operate.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mark. It was absolutely brilliant, and it was brilliant because of all the questions that we had there. And thank you very much for answering those. It's quite a thing. I've been to many presentations where people are presenting before the event and all the things that they're putting in place to try and prevent attacks. But we're not going to prevent an attack. I think we all know that. Here you go, here's the downer. We're all going to get hit at some stage, and it's lovely to hear from people that are brave enough to stand up and talk about what's happened during their attack, after their attack. So we really appreciate that, Mark. Thanks very much. And Mark will be back after our recess break. He'll be back on our panel. We've finished, because you've been such a great audience, you finished early, which is great. Good on you. We're going to have our next session at 11:15, so it's roughly an hour from now. But I'm not sure, since we finished about 15 minutes early, I'm not sure if the food is upstairs yet with our sponsors. So you might want to grab a coffee, head upstairs, see the sponsors and see if there's any food up there. The food should be there from about 10:30. We'll be back at 11:15. Thank you. Our session after morning tea, and this is a panel, and continuing on with the theme of the day, we're looking at the after the event rather than before the event, after a cyber attack, and in particular at the human side of things. And when we're looking at the human side of things, it's not about the blame, it's not about the technical really and the forensics, it's all about the human leadership, the stress, what helped when you're in the moment, what hurt and what you'd do differently. And joining me on stage here, we have a jam-packed, star-packed panel here. And starting to my right, they're all on my right, but starting on my immediate right here is Mark, who spoke to us just before the break and needs no introduction. So I won't give you one. Next up is Louay, who is actually doing our next session. So I'll give you Louay's full biography at the start of the next session. Mark, as you know, suffered a breach in his organisation. Louay works for Spartan Security and as such helps predominantly schools deal with cyber events leading up to, during and after. Next, we've got Kevin, and Kevin is currently at Lutheran Education Queensland, but he's here today in the guise of the man who was at Marist Ashgrove back in 2022 when they suffered an attack. And good on you for coming along and talk to us today. And then last on the panel is Steve Ratty, who's at Pacific Lutheran College, and again, somebody who has had an attack in the past back in 2019. So would you please join me in welcoming the panel? I think I'm just going to work sort of straight down the line here with these questions, and so they're sort of fairly general questions. Take them to wherever you want to take them within your own specific context. But Mark, first off, take us back to the moment you realised it was real. What did you feel first, and what did you do in the first 30 minutes to steady yourself and the team?
I guess when I realised it was real was when my wife was getting a phone call from the boss's secretary and telling me to turn my phone on and we've had a cyber incident, etc. And then I saw all the messages. That was scary. So I must admit, I had a pit in my stomach, like, oh my God type scenario. And then afterwards, what happens is you just go into reaction mode, which for me was, okay, what do we need to do? Contacted people and needed to go in and have meetings and so forth. So it was more about, let's find out what we do next. We've just got to gather all the information, etc.
Louay, in your context, you're going into schools and helping them when they've had a cyber attack. Maybe you can just comment from their point of view about anything that you're advising them to do to protect their people, or what you see they do to protect their people and look after everybody in that sort of first hour or so.
Yes. So usually we get called after the school realised there have been a breach. They call us and said, help us, there has been a breach. And the first thing I would say, if it's a significant breach, establish your war room. That's the first step that you need to do. Get your leaderships on a call, on a bridge call, on a conference room, whatever you want to do, establish your war room. Once that is done, I tell the people in the room, says, your house is on fire. What do you need to do first? Because there will be a lot of random thought about, should we start notifying the users? Should we start talking about engaging somebody else to contain the breach? Said yes, all those valid points, but they have to come in order. So your house is on fire, try to think logically, what do you need to do? The first step. The first step is try to contain the fire from spreading to other rooms, and then you start dealing with the aftermath. That's usually our kind of general advice.
Same question then for you, Kevin. What happened in that sort of first 30 minutes?
My circumstances were quite weird. I was away in Toowoomba on two weeks leave because my daughter was getting married. So I first discovered it Monday, 2 a.m, when my phone just started alerting me to all the error messages that were going on. So my immediate reaction was to look at those, understand there was a critical problem, first get hold, called my senior technical lead, who was also getting all those messages, so he was up as well. So we were starting to identify where the issues were. I got him to focus on trying to understand what the major issues were. I got on the phone to the headmaster and the head of finance, the business manager, at 3 a.m. They love those calls, to let them know that we had an incident. I was also lucky at the time is that we were spending that 2 weeks during the term break to rip and replace a lot of equipment that was needed to be improved for cybersecurity problems. We had a multi-year project that our team was working through with the executive team to improve the infrastructure and cybersecurity components of the organisation. So I had a group of skilled technicians coming in the door at 9 o'clock on that Monday morning, so a quick call to them to say, 6:30, huh? To get them involved in helping from there. So yes, it was a harrowing time where I was torn between, well, do I go see my job or do I spend my time with my daughter doing food tasting and rehearsing weddings and all that sort of stuff.
Steve, your story.
To be honest, I feel like almost an imposter on this panel. These guys have all had some serious breaches happen. For us, it was one email account that somebody broke into and used for, sending out spam. So, and this was back in 2019. We didn't have an incident response plan. We didn't have any of this stuff. It wasn't sort of at that point a focus of anybody within the executive or within the leadership at the school. So for me, it was seeing some rate limiting emails come through on my phone that somebody'd been sending out multiple emails. I got a couple of phone calls from staff going, hey, we've seen this spam come in, what's the story? So it was basically just lock that account off and then spent the rest of that day just looking at, are there any other implications? Have they gone further? Has this spread anywhere else? That was sort of it for me. It nothing else happened until Monday morning. Sort of went in and started talking to management about this is what happened, this is the problem we faced, this is what we've done, what are the next steps? Because we didn't have that plan in place. There was no automated escalation. There was no other management involved in the situation until Monday morning after that Saturday.
Thanks, Steve. Back to you, Mark. Protecting your people while the world wants answers. And I'll change some of the phrasing of this because it's largely for schools. But what did you do deliberately to protect your team's well-being in the first 72 hours? What changes did you make?
Basically, how we spoke with it was more the IT people at this stage that we had to protect because they were working long hours. So we had that discussion with them up front about that. And we asked them to inform us when they were, when they needed to take a break, to just take it and let us know. And the other side of that too is just knowing your people. So if you're close enough to them, when they're starting to cop it and starting to get a bit stressed. And in those circumstances, you would just jump in and just tell them to take a break. For us, it sort of dragged on for the 2 weeks, as I said. It's interesting when you have to be there every single day for well over a month, including Saturdays, Sundays, the whole lot. It drags on a bit, wasn't sort of worried at my level, but I was more worried about the technical guys.
Luay, in your position, you're helping a bunch of other people that are going through this. I don't know whether you've ever had two simultaneously, but I suppose that's not beyond the realms of possibility. How do you protect your people?
Yeah, look, from our side, I'm going to answer in twofold. Firstly, from my team, we tell the school, although we will try to help you as much as we can, it's just unfortunately we have a limited resource to help you during incidents. And fortunately enough, except in one situation, we have had two incidents happen at the same time at two different schools. and we have to split the team between them, and I have to go and jump in from one school to another. But then the second important part is that from the school perspective, when there's an incident happen, after the war room is established, we usually advise the school, says a couple of things. Firstly, establish who is your leadership, who is your incident response commander, who is going to be commanding the technical team and tell them what to do, and then who is going to be working with the business. So there will be two different skill sets that needed to be established quite quickly, and those are the kind of people who are going to be making the technical decision and business decision. And then after establishing those kind of two command levels, we ask the school principal, can you please send a note to all staff, because usually the IT team will be fully hands-on for the next 2 weeks to deal with the incident. Please send a message to all staff that we're dealing with a cyber incident or a problem. Can you please just hold on going to IT with any problems until this issue is resolved? Because the team will be focusing on try to understand the forensic side of incident, how the attack getting, what do you need to do next, and so forth. And last thing they want to do is an issue with somebody's printer or somebody's password. These things have to wait until the incident, unfortunately, has been closed or contained.
Kevin, the first 72 hours, what do you do for your people, deliberately do for your people around their sleep, their food, their shifts, their psychological safety? Stopping spirals, the question says. What do you do? What did you do?
Well, as I said, again, I was in another city at the time, but we initiated 2-a-day Teams meetings to have a clear understanding that first thing in the morning, this was the approach of the work that we were doing. At the end of the day, where were we? What had we done well? What hadn't we done well? What were the issues that had come up during the day that allowed us to change tack of what we thought it was? Probably the greatest thing in relation to using a critical incident response plan was that we realised that, and this is really important for IT staff, is that a cybersecurity breach is not an IT problem, it's a school problem. And everybody as part of the school is working with you to help resolve the problem. And it also changed the focus of what we were looking at. So from a lot of our IT techs were really focusing on what were the systems that IT needed to get up and running so that we could better manage information. And the answer was no, that's not the case. What do schools need to get up? So for example, we had sitting on premise TAS, but we already started having rumbles from parents on Facebook about, oh, there's a breach happened, things and all that sort of stuff, and what's going to happen, and blah, 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 blah. And it's really hard to communicate to all your parents if you don't have a school information system. So our first priority was actually to put our TAS in the cloud, which was something we had planned on doing already. We just made it happen about 5 weeks quicker than what we had planned on doing it. But the TAS group were great, got us up and running within a day, and we were now able to send communications directly to parents to say, here's the situation, here's what's going on, and it calmed everybody down from an external perspective to leap from there. From the IT team, my IT team were busy focusing on the things that the school needed to improve. We also had a group of external consultants already in doing this work that they'd planned on doing, so we had that extra level of expertise and knowledge to really focus on, okay, this is the stuff that was going to help us. So we were very, very lucky, and I thank the threat actors for attacking us on day one of a term break, because it gave us 2 and a bit weeks to repair all the work. If they're going to do it, that's the best day to do it. So yeah, that's where we were trying to work on there. So it really allowed us to focus our staff on the critical work that the school needed to be up and running.
Steve, anything you want to add to that?
We are only a small team, 4 including myself, and the primary focus obviously on that Monday was plug the leak, plug the gap so they can't get back in. That turned out to be fairly simple. We had that sorted out by lunchtime. So then we shifted into the investigation and the impact phase. So again, because we're a small team and none of our other systems were offline, it was very minimal impact. So the rest of the team went back to business as usual, supporting the staff, supporting the students. And the bulk of the investigation work came to me. So I sort of took the reins on that one because I didn't want to impact what the rest of the team was actually up to. And because we're all in IT, a lot of us are very focused. Some might even say OCD occasionally. I'll put my hand up for that. So I just sat there and basically put all of my energy into investigating what data could have been accessed and trying to organise external support as well. And ASI are actually very helpful with that too, I will mention. So yeah, for me it was just managing myself. So it wasn't a huge impact on the rest of the team, so that was good.
Thank you. Mark, we're going to turn the pressure up now. So,
You can say pass.
yeah, you're not allowed to pass. So when the pressure came, when the breach happened, what was the hardest part for you emotionally, and what did you learn about your own leadership style under scrutiny?
Yeah.
Nowhere to hide, really, is there, when this sort of thing happens? Get ready, everyone else.
Yeah. It was interesting. And I think because I had the time to drive into Brisbane, because I live at Ipswich, it did give me a chance to process my thoughts driving in there. So I guess what I learned was that I can operate rather well under pressure, just calmly. I didn't jump to conclusions. I didn't know enough at that point anyway. And throughout the whole process, we just assess information. As an individual, I would assess information, try and understand as much as I could about it, get as much information as I could, and then make decisions from there. And I just sort of learnt that I'm capable of doing that, I suppose. I hadn't been put in that situation in the past, but yeah, that's what I learned.
Well, you're probably an old hand at this sort of thing when the pressures come on.
I wouldn't like to be.
It would have come on you the way many, many times, but if you can think back to when one of these events happened early in your career perhaps, and you were put under that pressure and that scrutiny, what did you learn about yourself?
Look, I always, I've dealt with incident, about 10 incidents in a given year, varies from school and non-school. And every incident teach me something, mainly about the human element of dealing with incidents, not necessarily about the technology things. And one of the things I will take away from this is what I've told you earlier. Once you establish the commands in the room to deal with incidents, these are the people you need to trust to make the critical decisions. And sometimes these critical decisions can be wrong, but you have to deal with it. During incidents, there will be some different communication filter from the technical team about what can be done to contain the incidents and what that impact. And even though some of those information might be valid and correct, but the technical incident response lead must make a call based on the information he or she have on hand at that time. So for me, in that kind of things is really the trusting or empowering people to make a decision will make a significant impact to the war room and people's psychological situation. I have been to many war rooms. Some of them went better than others, and the one that went better is actually due to the empowerment that's been filtered down to the people who are making those decisions and avoiding the blame culture about, you make this decision, now we have to deal with that ramification. Yes, sometimes people under fire and duress make a critical decision based on the information they have on hand, but we have to live with that and move on. Otherwise, we started going back to circle blaming people, and that's benefit nobody in during incidents.
Kevin?
Yeah. I want to go back to something Ben raised this morning when you talk about people in relation to the staff that you have, the vendor partners that you work with, making sure that you have the quality people who know your environment and understand that so that they are delivering services for your school, not just we deliver stuff to go through from there. Because I was separate for a week where I didn't really have that hands-on approach apart from communicating with some of the leads there, it was a great opportunity to sit there and watch the team that I had in action. It also helped with the working with the vendor partners. I remember I spent a wonderful hour and a half communicating with our WAN provider to have a discussion about, was this breach a immediate target, or was this like a bomb that had something been set for 4 months and then it blew up at this particular time? So we were going back through WAN traffic for over 5 to 6 months to see if there was any spikes of activity and all that sort of stuff, and kudos to them for pulling back all that information for me to find out that no, these people had just come in and started doing the work to contaminate our network. So understanding that sort of stuff gave me some confidence in relation to that I actually have a team and have selected vendor partners that can help us move forward. And it really gave me confidence that while I had 2 hats for that first week, I knew that I could trust that sort of work, which made wedding dinners and meeting with in-laws far better.
Steve, anything you want to add?
I would say what I learned out of that incident was to actually trust more tasks, more responsibility to my team and to external providers. As I mentioned before, I sort of stuck my head down, bum up, put the blinkers on and tried to do a lot of the investigation myself. And it took me a couple of days of long hours to sort of come to the realisation that this was beyond my abilities. There was just too much data to try and pour through, and I did need help with that. So out of that, I've sort of learned that I have to take some time to step back and actually view the situation from the air to work out who are the best people to take on particular tasks and roles in response to any incident that happens in the future.
Mark, business continuity plan, incident response plan, I assume you had them.
Incident response plan, yes. Business continuity plan, no.
Okay, so let's ask the question anyway, in regards to the incident response plan. So my question is, how useful was it in the moment? You can have a really good business continuity plan, well, what you think is, and you can have, get ready of the rest of the panel too, and you can have a good incident response plan. You can have those papers and you can review them every now and again and they sit there, but then when the crisis happens, were they as good as what you thought they were? You didn't have the BCP, but...
No, I mean, and that's one of my bugbears with the organisation, actually, the BCP part of it. But having said that, it's a very simple business. It's essentially sell cars or don't sell cars, effectively. So, and rightly or wrongly, the very old ERPs that we use used to go down significantly a lot. So essentially, everyone was trained on how to do business without an ERP working, rightly or wrongly. So they've never ever felt the need for it. But in terms of the incident response plan for that moment, it was useful in terms of just crystallising thoughts, I think, for the incident response team. And like one of the things in there was, okay, contact the insurers. We contacted the insurers, and that really helped us because what we did was we took everything that we had in our insurance policy, which was the identified project managers, the identified forensics people, etc. And she said, yeah, we're going to do everything by the book according to what you want because we might want to make a claim and we don't want you coming back and telling us that we can't make a claim because we didn't select the people that you suggested. We did that and it was the best thing we ever did. Prior to the incident, I had sessions with the incident response project managers so that they could familiarise themselves with our environment, and I think that helped a lot as well. So it was useful in terms of prompting, and I think I've said previously, we didn't have a large incident response plan. It's literally only 2 or 3 pages. It's more about who to contact, what to do first, that kind of thing. And yes, there's some scenarios in there as well that we have separate to that, which are a little bit more detailed. But literally, it's just to crystallise your thoughts. I think if you make some of these things too detailed, you fall into the trap of not thinking outside those items. And that could be really dangerous when you consider that all incidents are unique and they're different and there will be things you don't think of.
Luaya, with the schools that have been hit and they've had BCPs and IRPs, how useful have they been? Like, have been good bits to it? Have there been bad bits to it in retrospect or at the time?
Look, incident response, I want to come back to your point about insurance, but I want to answer your question first. Incident response plan, as Mark said, it's not a war and peace. It has to be a high-level document, including roles and responsibility of critical systems, what are the importance or the severity of those if one of those systems being hit, and what are the decision points and some contact lists, and that's it. Your incident response playbooks should contains a little bit about the technical procedure with your managed service provider if you have one. And to answer your question, Brenton, these are useful only if the business have tested those incident response plan process before. If they haven't tested it and people start flipping through the page during the incident, it's no useful. And therefore, it's really essential for us to go and tell every school and non-school, please test your incident response plan at least annually at different levels, because people need to evolve that muscle memory. You need to avoid the critical decision during incident and make those critical points about who can authorize to do what before when you do the preparation of your incident response plan tested. That is my kind of thoughts there. On the BCP, not a lot of school, rarely we've seen a very valid BCP on hand on school and non-school. But what I say about the BCP is quite different than incident response plan. I kind of find that people usually, especially within any business, they try to find a workaround if a system is down quite quickly, even if they don't have BCP. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have BCP, but I mean during incidents, the importance of BCP is become far less important than the incident response plan. I'll give you an example. We have had a customer who is a large agricultural producer. They provide fruits and vegetables to major supermarket. And they had a major incident where their SAP system got encrypted. And the first hour of the incident, they sent us a picture from their warehouse, and the truck was lying around in like 30 or 40 or 50 trucks. They could not pick up the product because they don't have consignment notes. Well, then the team in the warehouse will work out quickly a manual process where they noted those downs, and then later on, when the system is back online, they can register that, and they work it out with Coles and Woolworth to accept that. So people come up with a workaround quickly for the critical business systems, but I have to say about incident response plan, it's so important for you to have one and test that one. So those are kind of my 2 cents feedback. Now on the insurance, I do have an opinion about the value of cyber insurance. We have had last year, one of the schools got a breach because of 0-day on one of their firewalls. So they engaged us to a system, as we usually do, but then they also decided to engage the cyber insurance, which quite rightly they should. And the cyber insurance says, right, we need to engage a panel. We do have a panel of cybersecurity company that can help you with the forensics. And then I tell that school, I said, we already have the tools and systems in process. They did have Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, Defender for Cloud. They did, and they do have Sentinel. We have all the tools. If we need to do threat hunting, we can do that. The cyber insurance insisted of getting the panels to one of the panels companies to assist, and they come in and they wanted to roll Sentinel-1 to all the servers infrastructure that were impacted. And our objection, or our advice for that is, says, look, we are really dealing with the incident now, and I understand the value of rolling Sentinel-1 if you didn't have one before, but you did have Defender, and we can do all kind of containment into your Microsoft ecosystem. But they decided to follow that advice of that company. It added at least 10 days of delays until all the Sentinel-1 rollout has been resolved. And that added a lot of precious time that they should not have delayed dealing with the incident. So I have to say, yes, some cybersecurity insurance providers are good, but just also take some of their advice on a grain of salt. And some of the panels coming with a very preset of checklists. Do this, do that, do that. And it may not be one size fits all, and it's always not one size fits all. So you need to make a decision about whether you accept their recommendation of what to do next or not. Thank you.
Kevin, your BCP, your IRP, how'd they work?
The critical incident response plan worked really well. One of the things that I always do when I've got a critical incident report plan is obviously Normally we all print it out, put it in a folder and sits in our office, which is useless when you're not in the office, or we get it and we have it accessed in our OneDrive or a SharePoint drive, which is useless if your SharePoint gets corrupted. So always take a copy, have your own local copy, soft copy somewhere. It's on my phone. So when the incident happened, I had the access to the document. The great thing about the critical incident response plan was that it divvies up the responsibilities. Again, as I said before, it's not an IT problem, it's a school problem. The business manager was looking after the cyber insurance and bringing those people on board. The marketing person, as soon as we got the school information system up, was sending the communications out to go through from there. The principal and the deputy principal were engaging with the heads of curriculum and keeping all the teachers and staff understanding of what the situation was, allowing IT just to get on the job of getting us back up and running from there. So that was really beneficial of having that clear structure in place about who was responsible for what and why and how you did that reporting. In relation to BCP, like the majority of schools, we would have very strong, redundant physical architecture. But when it comes to the software application itself, it's pretty well one and done. There's very few times when you have a database that's being that's live backup. Switch from there, that's normally hardware focused rather than a software app, and that's always the challenges that ignite new discussions with your executive about what you should spend money on.
Steve, when your incident happened, did you follow a plan?
No.
Next.
Back then, we didn't have any such thing as a critical incident response plan or technically even a documented business continuity plan. Obviously, the IT department has their own ideas on how we recover things, you know, using certain backup software and all that sort of stuff, which is the technical side, but there was no real understanding or pre-planning around how we would handle such a thing happening. I would thank Louis for his comments about, obviously we have a critical incident response plan now, but it is a very dense document. So I appreciate your comment about short, concise, easy to access, the things that you need to do first off the bat, and then you can have other plans that are more detailed for people when they take on those particular roles. And also to your point, Kevin, about the cyber insurance, one of the things we struggled with because we had some delays communicating with our cyber insurer, and they wanted to have one of their approved panel members come in and do the investigation for us. So despite me reaching out to like 4 or 5 different organisations, a lot of them just got knocked back. Since then, we have employed a specific organisation to help us do investigation in terms of an incident, and we have actually jumped through the hoops with our cyber insurer to have that organisation approved as our go-to, so we don't have to worry about who's on the panel, who isn't. We have an organisation, we go to them, the cyber insurer is ticked off. So at least from that perspective, I would, if I were you, just ensure that whoever you are going to use is pre-approved so that you don't get a delay in that process when you're trying to get some actual action and investigation underway.
Mark, so it's all over and done with now and it's recovery time. And what happened in the weeks after the incident's been, finally finished? What happened in terms of repairing, if it needed repairing, the morale, the trust, the confidence in you and in your team? What did the organisation go through, or what did you go through with your team? Or was anything necessary?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I'm not sure that anything was necessary. However, I think I mentioned previously that we paid bonuses to specific people that were critical to recovery, which was helpful in terms of that morale. I don't think I mentioned before that, like, the incident went on for 6 months, but part of that 6 months was we basically changed every single person's password in the entire organisation, and that involved physically confirming who they were as well when we did that, because we were just wanting to make sure that there was no shadow of a doubt that there was anyone still using an account in our system. That particular process was useful for the business as well, in terms of them understanding that we were recovering and we were getting through this, etc. So it sort of marked, when we finished that, it kind of marked the end of the recovery stage, and I think everyone was a lot happier for it.
Louise, so with organisations that have recovered, and I don't know whether you've seen enough of after the recovery, what have you seen in terms of the repair of trust if it needed to be repaired, the confidence repair that was needed for the team that was there and presided over that incident?
I can comment. I can't answer what's happened to the internal IT team after the incident finished, but what I can give you a bit of feedback. We have had some customers have repeated incidents, same customer have repeated incidents over a couple of years. What we found from there is that after the incident finished and do post-incident review, and they have a series of recommendations of things that need to be improved. What I found the biggest pitfall after that is that people then suddenly lose interest, everybody from principal down, and they started going back to the day-to-day operations, and they don't keep a focus about some of the recommendations that they have been putting on the post-incident review by ourselves or any other company. They have done a kind of technical review and see what kind of control deficiency you have. So it's really important after the incident and after you identify, these are the 5-10 things that I need to do. Please put them in front of your mind, because we have had a number of situations where they have repeated incidents on customers multiple times because simply they didn't have follow-up on the post-incident review recommendation that we have put for them at the first incident. That could have saved them millions of dollars afterward. So that will be kind of my external view on after the incident, is just after the incident. Please keep them in focus. Please put them into your risk register. If you have one, please make sure that you assign owners and make sure that after those has been addressed, make sure they're properly validated, because sometimes they're not always validated properly that the issue has been successfully addressed, especially if it's a technical control gap.
Yeah, and how did everybody come out of it? Any scapegoating, any heads rolling? How did you and the team repair?
There's a couple of areas you can discuss about that. The Mara Science Department hate me from years ago. The reason being is that during term 3 break, we were supposed to install some software for them. No, it's still working. So that they could look at it during term 4. But sorry, that went by the wayside. They didn't care. But our focus was on term 4, and term 4, as we know in schools, is very busy for all the exams going up. So having a school information system, having the exam processes and things in place was way more important than installing software for a particular department. So even though we had communications go out and do all that work, things happen. From a standpoint from ourselves, obviously once the media got hold of everything and all that sort of stuff, that was very hard for a lot of our staff, because it was, the IT department at Morris College Ashgrove were having these particular issues and causing all that, and it was a repetitive thing because, it's an elite school, as the Courier Mail likes to say. And so it was always every single day, don't you work for Morris College Ashgrove? Yes, I do. So there was a lot of communication in relation to that really affected the morale of our team. But on a whole, we came out of it where at the start of term 4, all the essential systems were up and running. The school could continue to operate. And we spent the next 9 weeks bringing back all the other non-essential solutions, so that by the end of the year, we then had significant work to do over Christmas to get everything back stable. So the team itself took away a lot of pride in relation to how they were able to bring the organisation back from servers burning in the data centre to a reasonably fully functional, as far as everybody else could see, system in 16 days. And they took a lot of pride out of all that work. Unfortunately, some of it just wasn't noticed.
Steve, you get the last word. Any blowback, any ramifications from your incident?
While we probably had the smallest incident, the impact and the ramifications are actually still going on to this day. Obviously, as I mentioned, we didn't have an incident response plan. We didn't really have a documented business continuity plan. We also got a, put it this way, mild roasting by the OAIC for our lack of security focus. So we did get what they call a judgment against us, which involves external auditing, development of plans and all of the things you need to go and do. And we still have another review towards the end of this year. So it is an ongoing thing. Probably the silver lining here is the cybersecurity focus we now have. It has forced the whole organisation from council down to be more aware of the risks that are involved. And like was mentioned previously, it might have been by you, Mike, you talked about, you looked at data as a risk, not as an asset. So we're starting to take that on board as well. Obviously, we've put in place all of the things that you need to do. We've got external SOC and SIEM services. As Ben mentioned, we're an Arctic Wolf customer as well, so they've been really good. So having a lot of this stuff in place has helped with team confidence to know that we've got that external party looking over our shoulder, alerting us to when things potentially go wrong. It is still a point of contention, I will say, amongst the staff, because as you would all have to do now, you have to do a review of software before you can implement it, make sure it's secure, where's the data stored, you know, what are their privacy policies, all that sort of stuff. So there is still a little bit of friction with the staff because they like to be, oh, here's new software, let's put it in now. And we have to go, no, sorry, we have to sit down, we have to review, we have to look at all of those policies. But from a team perspective, the silver lining is that we have all of these systems in place now. We have that oversight and we have that help on hand when we need it if something happens.
Never waste a crisis. I learned that very, very early in my career, and it enables you to move things that weren't previously capable of moving. But when you have a crisis, or indeed, sadly, when fellow schools around you have a crisis, and it's always strange that it's schools that are geographically close to you too. It shouldn't be the case. We're all connected in this big world. But it's when the school down the street's had something happen, or that one over there, and all of a sudden it seems so much more real for school councils and for executives, and you can achieve a lot. As I think we achieved a lot during this session, it takes a lot of guts to stand up and talk about an incident after the event. And when we've tried to do these things in the past, not all schools are happy to talk about it. They don't want the publicity, the extra publicity, and they don't want anyone talking about it. And yet it benefits us all when people do stand up and talk about these things. So would you please join me in thanking Mark, Louay, Kevin and Steve. And now we're just showing perfect timing. We've got about 1 minute to do a changeover before Louay can come up and present to us. Thank you. Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, it is.
I'll fill whilst you get connected up there. So our next presenter is Louay Gashhash from Spartans Security. And Louay has got around about 30, it's hard for me to read here, he's got about 30 years of experience in information security and has advised organisations across education, fintech, retail, government and other sectors on security strategies, governance, risk compliance and incident response. He has also served as a CISO and a virtual CISO in those roles and is widely recognised for helping organisations translate cyber risk into practical actions. Have I stretched that enough for you? There we go. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. As just a bit of preamble, we just help many schools and non-schools in a given year, and we do deal with about 10 to 12 incidents in a given year. Every incident, there's a lesson learned, and I always try to distill those lessons learned and try to share them with you and try to avoid the pitfall both on technology side and people side. And please forgive me if some of you have seen part of my presentation before. I'll try to putting the recent incident on top. Today I'll try to share, there was 8 use cases or war stories. I don't know if I have time to go all of them. I'll go as much as possible and then I can recap at the end. My opening statements, Mark, you mentioned the air crash investigation. It's really kind of something I love and borrow and love it because security incidents don't just happen. There's always a series of failures of controls cascaded over years. You don't just get a ransomware. You don't get just a data breach. You don't get a crypto locker. These kind of series of failures that you have ignored for the last months or years. So it's really kind of chain of controls that you need to consider when you lay out your defenses, that if one control fails and some controls do fail and they will fail, that you need to rely on the second control on the chain just to stop that attack from being significant. Please ask questions. I'm going to stop after each case study and try to see what's kind of comment on it or any questions. I get sick of hearing my own voice all the time, so please ask any question as you want during the session. There's nothing called stupid question except one. This has been asked for me, and I always try to put it on the screen. Can the Chinese hack through my security camera and see my credit card through the reflection of the eyes from the security footage? Well, I have so many problems with this question. I've been asked that question 2 years ago, and that's still the dumbest question I've ever heard. Sorry, whoever asked that question, because firstly, why would you have a camera inside your house looking at people doing their job? That's a different story. But then, no, they have a much more better way to steal your credit card through the reflection of the eyes, and no security camera cannot do reflection of the eyes. So if you have any question, please ask it. Just kind of, I find it always humorous to share that kind of questions with you. So I just want to take a little bit kind of showing you what the market looks like from cyber incident before I jump into the war stories. We do track since 2016. We've been tracking, IBM has done a significant survey about cost of data breach. What does this make this particular survey important more than any other report that I've seen is that it started quantifying the cost of data breach based on what controls you have. And I will show you some results. Firstly, the scary results in Australia. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to upgrade the data from 2025, but the data is still valid. On average, any business breach in Australia will cost $4.1 million US dollars per incident. Any incident, big or small, excluding mega incident like the Medibanks or Optus, these are excluded from these surveys. So, because those are kind of the normal business that have a ransomware or have a business compromise or anything in the like. 4.1 million US dollars per breach. $150 per record, if we break it down to record. The scary numbers are at bottom, which is it takes 194 days to even detect that you have had a breach, and another 64 days to go back to normal operations. These are average data from IBM survey, and they're always, not surprised, going up every year. This is a very important slide, although it's full of numbers, sometimes it could be meaningless. If you look at the top chart, this is also from the IBM survey. they have tried to break down of every business they have reached. They ask them, do you have this control? Do you have encryption? Do you have incident response plan? Have you done an annual penetration testing? Do you have a third party involved? And they started try to make correlation between the control and the breach cost, and they try to see how much that control, if it exists, it impacts the breach. It's a very important chart that I'm presenting you here because, the first time in our history, tried to understand if I implemented this control, how much would that save me in the breach? And if you take in the first 3 lines, which is the incident response testing, having a proper incident response team, red team testing, which include the annual pen testing, it would have saved the business something around the $700,000 per incident. So if you look at those investments, there's money well spent, at least from those top 3 controls. But then if you filter down about all the costs of those controls, you'll find a kind of your return of security investment in those controls. So it's a very important thing to justify for your business manager or your leaders or anything when you're spending on some controls in cybersecurity. What is that kind of return of investment would be for me? I encourage everybody to look at that IBM data breach survey they do every year. And they do have even online calculator where you can put something about your vertical, your industry, your geography, and the controls you have, and they will predict what the cost of the breach will be to you. Another important chart from Gartner's as well, which is how much people or how much business is spending on cybersecurity versus the IT budget. Gartner predicted is 5.1% for education sector. I find this greatly misleading. Usually we find it around 15% to 18%. You need to spend on your cybersecurity from your IT budget. That including your staff, your license from your Microsoft A5, taking some part of that accounts, any external consultancy that you need to engage, your firewalls, etc. You need to look at about 20%, 18 to 20% from your total IT budget. All right, now, started going to the important part of this presentation. Just want to try to talk about the incident response plan. Before I start showing the incident, this is the incident response process as shown by Gartner's. It's a very simplified view of the phase of each incident. And if you look at any incident we deal with, big or small, whatever business, they always follow those kind of 6 steps. So it's really important when I start showing the war stories, I will try to break it down to those phases, at least to understand. But majority of work that need to be done in the preparation phase. That's been having an incident response plan, having incident response playbooks, make sure that they are up to date, current, relevant, test them regularly. This will save you a lot of time during incidents. And then orange box onward is when the incident happened, what you do after you detect it, how you detect the incident, and then what you do afterward. So I want to start with asking some opening questions just to flag some of your thoughts here process. Do you have incident response playbooks? And what are, if you don't have an incident response playbook, what are your priorities during the incidents? The incident response playbook in plain English is that kind of working procedures that you need to do in various scenarios. And no, you don't have to have 50 different playbooks for all kind of scenario on the sun. You need to have 3 or 4 of the major, most plausible incident could happen to your case, and then one just more generic to deal with any other incidents. And most likely this will be enough to deal with many of the incidents you have had. That's been a data breach, that's been a ransomware note, that's been business email compromise. These are usual suspect playbooks that you should have in place. Do you know the difference between the IR plan and playbooks? And I know that has been flagged earlier in the morning, but incident response plan is a business level document. It's not a technical document. It should not have a technical flow chart of system X and system Y. This is the core area of the incident response playbooks or work instruction or whatever you're going to call it. So it's really important to have those 2 documents, one document which is an overarching incident response plan and underpinned by a number of playbooks that are relevant and are up to date. When was the last time you updated incident response plan? Changing people, title, changing major infrastructure, you move synergetic on-prem to synergetic to different systems, or using from Schoolbox hosted to Schoolbox as a SaaS solution. Those are the times that you need to go and ensure that you have incident response playbooks have been tested and updated. If you have a managed service provider, do remember it's part of their responsibility to have their own part of the playbooks, because they will be helping you during incident to shut down server or isolate a network or whatever it is. So that should have part of the playbooks is also part of a managed service provider responsibility, not just your responsibility. Did you approve who can authorize actions? When during incident, you need to make a critical decision about shutting down some critical systems. In some incident that we have seen, we found a lot of wait and see because I'm not authorized to shut down this system because it will mean that there's a lot of application will be shut down and being brought off the air. So the authorization of who can make those critical decisions during incident is really important to do that in the preparation phase. Escalation path. What happens when your main person in incident response plan is not reachable, the second in charge or anything. And these people have been also trained at the same level as the main person contact to make those decisions. Maintaining forensic data or not maintaining forensic data, it's always been, in every incident almost I have assisted with, there's always that discussion when we try to shut down servers or restart a firewall or whatever it is, we lose some important data in the memory. What's more priority for you? Is it the forensic data or to contain the incident? And my advice to the business, I would contain the incident, even if that means I will lose some important information about the attackers. It's always, for me, it's always better to contain the incident and deal with a more contained incident than much more widespread incidents. What do you pay ransomware? I'll get to that in a slide or two, but this is a very important decision also for you to make a discussion with your business manager, with the principal, with your audit and risk committee, with anybody to say, should we or should we not pay ransomware? Because you don't want to do that kind of debate during incidents. And do you know how to pay ransomware? Even if your business decided to go ahead and said, maybe we'll obtain a ransomware payment under those conditions, it's really important to know it's not a simple, here's online portal, I can put payments and I'll get my data back. There's a lot of complexity behind paying ransomware, and I will explain to you in a little bit, a couple of slides. And if your assurance provider advises you to pay, well, in that case, it's possibly your best option because they will have the facilitators and means to pay those ransomware, and usually it's paid by under your insurance policy. But sometimes we have seen some business conflicting that business do not want to pay ransomware because of the various issues, such as I don't want to fund terrorism and I don't want to fund money laundering. Fair point, but sometimes it may not be your own decision. If your cyber insurance find that there's a balance between paying the ransomware and getting your data cheaper than paying your direct costs of restoring the systems and any outage happens, they will make whatever decision best for them. So you just need to put that into consideration. All right. Also, before I go in, does anybody have any questions or comments before I jump into the next slides? Please ask them now before I jump into the next slides.
The 4.1 million for a cyber incident, do you have that based just around education? Because I'm assuming that obviously includes a large number of businesses that are bigger.
Yes, there is, but the challenge with IBM data breach calculation is that it's cover education worldwide, and some of the education companies that their worldwide is like 100,000 users or more. So if you Google IBM data breach calculator, there will be specific data from education, but this is a global education, not Australian education, because the participation in Australia in that, I think from last time I've checked the calculator, was about 150 businesses across all sectors, all sizes in Australia. There's not a lot of data for you to draw a conclusion from it. We just draw a conclusion from Australian data in general.
So I guess from a school's perspective, if they were trying to calculate what is a reasonable amount of, obviously, money to allocate towards the cyber insurance, for a school to try and work out what would be a reasonable figure to have as cyber insurance, do you have any strategies or recommendations for them in that space?
Look, some cyber insurers are better than others. Some cyber insurers are really try to do the best and the better for you. Others are really, really, really dodgy. I'll give you a story in which I'm not going to get name and shame here, but one of the cyber insurers, largest cyber insurer, call us and they want to add us to the panel of their approved companies to assist businesses in incidents. And initially we said yes, and we started signing MOA with them and everything. What we found out after that, which was shared with us, that our whole purpose during incidents, after the incident, is to try to find issues for that particular business, control failures, and put it in a report for them so they try to limit the amount of payments they do in there. So just be careful about the small clauses into the cyber insurance policy. In one of the cyber insurance policy we reviewed for customers, they have said around the line that we will protect you from anything, any cyber incident except ransomware or crypto locker. And I'm looking at it, says, I think that cyber insurance policy is not really worth your money or even time to contain. So just look at that. I can give you some name offline and tell you what good cyber insurance you can go to if you need to. If that answers your questions.
Thank you.
Cheers. Any other comments? All right, case study one, I tried to anonymize some of the information. Just suffice to say this is a kind of education sector, but I've just tried to not help identify the customer. But this is kind of really education sector, so it's a prominent private boys' schools, around 400 staff, 2,200 users. They have many legacy infrastructure, as most of you unfortunately has, and on-prem solutions. They do have all their alumni data stored in one of their file servers on-prem, which is standard practice, nothing here raising concern. They have an average security posture. We did that after the incident. We did try to review. Wasn't the best, wasn't the worst. They did have some basic controls in place. So this is how the incident evolved. So attackers breached the firewall using insecure credentials. The usual suspect, unfortunately, it's happened in 2025 and still happening. We still seeing static administrator or like a static user with a very simple password obtained from dark web on one of the previous breaches, and they used it and they got in. There was no single sign-on because of technical difficulty that they have had with that firewall integration with the Active Directory. They could not roll single sign-on on that firewall, and they decided to use a static username and password. That firewall infrastructure did not support MFA, so it didn't have MFA, but they did not do the usual suspect of blocking access to the admin portal from outside of Australia, which would have stopped that attack altogether. So they were able to access from the firewall to the internal network. As many of the businesses we've seen, they had a relatively flat network. Once you get in the front door, you can almost access anything. There was a local server, a local file server was missing 4 critical patches, was less than 4 weeks old. So it wasn't really, that's why I said it's okay kind of security posture, but they haven't, there was a patch, was critical patch on .NET, I think, and was one Microsoft was missing the critical patch, like was less than 4 weeks ago. So they obtained the admin on that particular box. That particular box happened to be the local file storing the alumni data. 200 gigs left the premise. There was a number of failures of what this is here, because even though some of them, you can argue that, okay, I do have a technical challenge, I can't integrate my firewalls with my VPN with a single sign-on, I can't roll MFA, whatever the reason behind it, I can't see a reason why some of those exfiltration activities should not be blocked by the firewall now. We look at the data that has been, where it has been landed, and we see, look, this is a clear site used for those malicious purposes and was on a non-standard port. So I don't understand why, for example, you allow other than port 18443 to be outbound from your workstations. So this is kind of the failures. So this is where they haven't called us yet. So when they realized that they have a 200 gig of data left the premise, they detected and declared an incident, and that's when they call us. So the situation happened. So I'm fast tracking to, we were able to actually eradicate the incident, kick the users out, but there was 200 gig of data left on premise. And coming down after, this is 2 weeks after they call us. So the last two boxes are 2 weeks apart. After they call us and we come back and incident is clean, now your system is clean, now comes notification process. So look at the data, they only know there was 200 gig of data left on premise. Attackers, the first thing they would do, they cover their track. They delete logs from your Active Directory, from your firewalls, because they don't want you to know the amount of data they have exfiltrated if they have. And they use that ambiguity to negotiate you with higher payments. So in their case, they did not know what are those data that have left. They only know from the firewall logs that only 200 gig of data left to the site on that time of the incidents. That's they show off. We know which file server, we know what has been accessed, but if you look at the logistic part of now we need to start notifying those impacted individuals, the school workout is going to take them 6 months to try to analyze and sift through that data and try to work out who are the users, alumni that we're going to notify to tell them that, hey, your data will get breached. So this is the kind of the technical challenge. So yes, it's going to take them, they estimated about 6 months of that time to go through that 200 gig of data. So what are our suggestions in that time? Remember, all the critical decision of eradicating, all critical action to eradicate incidents and contain the incident has been done, now coming to the notification process. So we suggested for them to, so that's why they were not able to notify the alumni. To make things worse, some of the data that they believe they have are some prominent political figures and some people in defense. So we're talking about sensitive, very highly sensitive personnel data that's been part of that school many, many years ago, and then they're coming to become a very important figures in the society. So we decided to roll Microsoft Purview. Microsoft Purview is a solution built in within Microsoft ecosystems that for any school that are on Microsoft Shop, it's part of A5 license. It does allow you to classify and detect PII data. It's similar to Varonis that Mark mentioned. It's a very similar solution, except it's coming pre-built in with your solution and you don't have to roll any agents on it. Highly recommend it if you haven't started Purview because that's a very important part of it, specifically during this incident. And I'll show you how it will help. So we decided, usually we roll Purview in about 6 months to a reasonable school because we want to allow some user change management process. We roll it in 3 days. The importance of it is that we going through that 200 gig of data that we know exists on that file server. We started classifying, detecting which document of those 200 gigs contain PII data, try to give us names those individuals so they can allow the school to notify those individuals promptly in OAIC. And they were able to do that within 3 days, and the Purview detected the PII data that was issued. As a result, there was only 200 users were impacted by that breach. So that's the school then notified those users. So I'm usually doing incidents. I'm against to roll out any technical solution that might disrupt or add in delays, but in that case, it was inevitable situation that they have to do that. Otherwise, they will take them weeks and months to just to understand what data have and how can notify the users. And then incidents contained. So that's how the incident happened, and it took us about, between rolling Purview and helping with the other aspect of incident, it took us about 2 weeks to go back to normal operation with that school. So lesson learned, just want to share with you lesson learned. I started adding the don't and do. So please don't delay patching. I know it's a painful process. I know it's still far from perfect. I know there's a lot of issues with patching servers, but there's a lot of now good tools exist, even Microsoft ecosystem that allows you to automate some of the patches, Azure Update Manager being one of them. So please consider that if you don't have it, because it does allow you to put patches on servers in rings and do non-production week 1 and then dev production week 2 if everything went well. It does allow you to have a sequence of shutdown, restart. So it does have a lot of full automation of patch management software. Please don't delay annual pen testing. When we do annual pen testing, we do usually try to attack businesses from outside, similar to what attackers do. And we do try to, we do highlight a lot of gaps and issues that we found from outside the perimeter. Please don't run without testing your incident response plan. It's so important for you to sit with your leadership team, with your technical team, and try to run it, the incident response plan. Unfortunately, like many of you have, on-prem Active Directory is full of security issues. And no matter how much hard you try to secure that, every couple of months there's a new issue with either this certification authority server or anything. And we find that almost any school that we do an internal pen testing, they do have on-prem AD. It's almost given that we'll get a domain admin access within a matter of hour or less. It's a different story when schools have a pure intra-ID or full cloud identity provider. It's much, much more difficult for us to get access to the keys to the kingdom. So my advice to you, similar to what Mark suggested in his earlier session, please, if you have Active Directory, please start working on a plan to retire it as soon as possible. Because no matter how much you try to patch it, it's an aging infrastructure, unfortunately. Don't delay notification process during incident. We find businesses, because they dread the fact they're going to notify their parents, their alumni, or whoever that might be about the data has been breached. Please don't delay it. Even on the case of notifying OAIC that we have an incident, we think there's a bit of data that's have been impacted. We don't know what those data, just doing a proactive side of things until you understand all the information that you have on hand. And sometimes you won't understand everything, so you have to run with the worst case scenario assumptions. Do please test your incident response. Do please commence your data classification process in data labeling, at least for your unstructured data. Please engage a third party to do an annual pen testing if you haven't done so. It's a very important exercise, especially external pen testing. Please complete a maturity assessment. We recommend that any school should done at least aligned to one of the best practice. NIST is our preferred one, but there are many others. Do a maturity assessment, see what control gaps you have, at least from the people and process. And pen testing will also allow you to see what technology gaps you might have in that instance. Please test your Security Operations Center or SOC services. And I will share you some, so businesses, when they go and buy a third-party SOC service provider, they go and assume, okay, if everything fails, that's my last resort. There are some people somewhere around Australia on the globe sitting around the screen. If they detected these issues, they will contain the incident. Right. Not always happen. We do test SOCs, and we find at least one of three fail either partially or completely from detecting and blocking the incidents. So please, at least once you did measure SOC with the SOC provider, just get somebody else to just make sure they are firing some alert on your endpoint and try to see if it's firing on their portal the same way. Please start going to Zero Trust Reference Architecture, which I'll share with you a slide, great slide from Microsoft. I'm not a Microsoft partner, but I think many of the schools are Microsoft ecosystems. Therefore, it really makes sense for you to look at what Microsoft have done. No surprise, Microsoft wants you to spend more with Microsoft, but there are many of those, especially if you're on A5 license, always available for you at no additional cost. So please consider that. Before I take any question about it, I want to talk about ransomware. Always be in a contentious position there to say, should I pay or should I pay the ransomware? So before I just want to ask a question here. Who would here, if you are under incidents and you face a ransomware note, who would say to the business, don't pay ransomware? Who would say, okay, on those conditions, I would advise my business to pay ransomware? Few people. All right. Look, paying ransomware is a very complicated and difficult dilemma, and it's not always a simple transaction. It's not a matter of, as I said, you put a credit card in an online portal and you get the goods and services. That transaction is based on trust. When you pay for a vendor online or offline, Here's the money, I want my good and service. You are trusting that you give him the money, he will give you that in good faith. That kind of trust does not exist in ransomware. Somebody held you at gunpoint and they ask you money for it. So you do not trust once you give them the money, are you going to get the service back or the encryption key back? So a couple of things I want to just tell you. Would you pay the ransomware? Do you know how to pay the ransomware, even if you decide, the business decided on paying ransomware? Do you have a means of paying ransomware? Do you have a crypto wallet somewhere with anybody who knows how to put money in it, just in case you decide to pay ransomware? Do you know your chances to get your data back? We've been also, there's a number of research and statistics been tracking there, and the statistics said that's 10% of the time you get the data back, which means 9 out of 10 you're flushing money down the toilets. Would you pay ransomware? That's not a simple black and white. I'll just give you all the statistics and figures, and then you make a decision onward. Do you know your legal obligation? As Mark said, that there was some position. Up until today, there's no legal position stopping you from paying ransomware if you want to pay ransomware. But also, that's become an ethical decision for your side and your school side to say, should I pay the ransomware? Sorry, I don't know what's happening here. What is your insurance provider position? Have a chat to your insurance provider to make sure that you are in sync with them about their decision. And if you don't have a kind of at least informal discussion, have a formal discussion with your business, say, under this condition, should we pay or not pay the ransomware? Now, this is a very important factor. In the case you decided to pay ransomware, and I have been in incidents where customers did decide to pay ransomware, and they did pay the ransomware, and they did get the decryption key back. Please be mindful that encryption and decryption is not a linear. Decrypting the same amount of data would take as much as 10 times of encrypting that same file. Now, when you're looking about small file that you encrypt or decrypt, it's a very unnoticeable difference. When we're talking about gigabytes and terabytes of data, the big difference between getting, let's assume you pay the ransomware payment and you get the key back, it will take you days, if not weeks, to restore those files that has been encrypted by the ransomware. And keep in mind also, there's also a chance that we find that about 60 or 70% of the data return and decrypted successfully, but the 30% of that data become corrupt. Because when we look at about encrypting a large amount of volume of data on file servers, there's a lot of things could happen. Therefore, just keep those information on hand when you make a decision. And don't attempt to do that without having a negotiator that talk to the ransomware demanding people. Sometimes you can negotiate and reduce that payment. That's always my advice. So don't go and venture in that position. If you decided to say, under those conditions, I will pay the ransomware, have at least somebody who you can trust, a partner or somebody who can know or have been down those negotiations in the past. And insurance policy cover, or say that sometimes the insurance policy do mandate that you will pay ransomware because it's cheaper for them to pay the ransomware if they say asking $500,000, whether you're going to claim $1 million in direct expenses for them. And one thing for the people who doesn't want to pay ransomware, I always say that you need to consider also who is the recipient part of, or who is the user's part that is impacted by that. When an incident happens, it means many of your controls that you have in place failed. So you failed as a custodian of the data, you failed that users who you store the data, their data on your systems. Shouldn't you do everything you possibly can to restore that data to allow them to do further harm? In one cases, when there's a medical provider that contains some insurance claim from some users, they had a ransomware. They decided not to pay ransomware. One of the users who contacted us directly, and she was complaining because she was a friend of mine, said, I wish they did consider me as a user. She is a woman fleeing a violent ex-partner, and because her data was made available on the internet, her ex-partner was able to access it and then doing further abuse to her. So you need to think about the human side of I'm holding that data. What is my responsibility to them as a human here? So I would encourage you to think about it, not just in a pure black and white. There's many factors coming into the ransomware payment you should consider. All right, any questions or any comments about the previous slide before I jump into case study 2? How are we going with time? How much? So, all right. Yeah, I'm happy to stay longer. I just don't want to take somebody else's speaker's time. All right. Case study 2, private girls' schools, about 2,500 students, 400 staff. They have a good security, sorry, not a security company, it's the wrong terminology. They have a good security posture. We have been helping them for the past couple of years to bring them up to many of the improvement. They have done a lot of those improvements. They do have a 24/7 managed section response. They do have an incident response plan. They're regularly tested. So they've done everything good by the books. They completed major program to uplift their patch management. They're doing a good work and good effort to patch their servers. They're doing a large program to move account from admin privilege. They had a local admin on all workstation, which they rolled it out. They didn't have a managed Intune device they roll out. So they did a lot of good works and they hardened their devices and enforced complex password scheme and did multi-factor authentication to all their users, their geo-blocks. So everything was, if you look at it on the books, it was really good posture company. This is when I will show you a small attacks can have a biggest impact on a school. So, external board members, so this school have external board members. They come in with their own laptops. They don't use school-issued laptops. And one of those board members activated Firefly.ai. Just by any question here, anybody use that Firefly.ai anywhere in the school? Thank God. Please go ahead and check their settings because this is the worst AI note-taking solution I've seen so far, and I will show you why in a minute. So that's external board members activated Firefly AI, and then there was a board meeting, and that board meeting was use Firefly to capture notes. That board meeting was talking about students who have had a significant physical harm to themselves and they've been targeted to bully. There's a significant amount of sensitive data discussed in that meeting. So meeting included highly sensitive details about a student well-being, as I said. And Firefly, after the meeting, it sent a meeting summary to everybody. So that's when that director of ICT called us and said, look, I don't know about that. I feel something not right about it because it distributed all the minutes meeting to people more than the people who even didn't attend the meetings. And she said, I did not attend the meeting because they told me but it was still in my calendar, but Firefly distributed that minute notes to me. So I started looking into that. So all the meeting minutes and summaries were available to all attendees. And I did look at the Firefly setup on that, and you can see here, I don't know if you can see it on the screen, the bottom part of that screen shows you that anybody with a link can access that information. Big problems. That's where I would say this is the default setup for Fireflies, and that's why I said that's possibly the worst solution, because if you have that solution, it means all your minutes can be anybody shared with anybody, and there's no control when you have to do that. All I need to do is have the link. Yes, and there's a lot of amount of sensitive data, and this is the default setup. Anybody with a link can access those recordings. There was a recording of the student names, of the psych report, of all the information about what's happened in that incident and so forth. There was highly sensitive data. To make things worse, this is not the end of our problems. To make things worse, we contacted the staff and requested that they should delete the accounts or do something about it. We didn't tell delete accounts, said this has happened. Please this data is available with anybody in the link. She contacted Fireflies, and the first thing Firefly says, okay, if you're not happy about our privacy policy, you can delete the accounts. She deleted the accounts. Before she deleted the accounts, also we did find that there was some people in the school received that same email. So we did some quick spread hunting. We found like multiple people, not just people into that meetings, have received that link. Don't know why, but that's what has happened. Well, she deleted accounts. Firefly said, unfortunately, but the data, as our we keep the data for 30 days available for anybody. So anybody with a link, even after she deleted the account, was still able to access so sensitive information. And to make things worse, we did find that data was indexed on Google. So if you know some of the keywords into that meetings and put it on Google, you get that meeting link, unfortunately. So we did contact Google. We asked them to take down that link. They said that request have to come from Fireflies. Fireflies, we send a request to their help desk, but the help desk is helpless. So if you remember, this is all started from an individual user. So you have a personal account with them. You have a very minimal or very low kind of support available to you. So all these things need to take into consideration, even like a simple and an honest mistake, such as I'm putting my AI to take notes for me. So after a bit of back and forth and escalation, Firefly finally deleted the emails and escalating. And finally, after 2 days of that, I was able to find that there was no data after the removed from Google. So it was a big incident, started from a simple, honest mistake. Lesson learned, please go and review all unsanctioned apps in your environments. There's many significant now. I can make a bet that you will find at least a dozen or more of AI note-taking running in your schools. Please don't use any SaaS vendor without a proper support in Australia. Please assume that your SaaS will store your data in Australia. In the case of Firefly, the data was stored into Firefly servers in AWS in the US. Please don't allow your external board members to come with a BYOD device. I find the hassle much more bigger than just for them to issue them with a laptop they can use in their external board meeting. Please also don't allow any admin third-party application to be installed on Teams or any kind of meeting conferencing solution without admin consent. If that was implemented, you were not able to allow to use Firefly in that meeting as well. And do validate your SaaS vendors. Ensure any SaaS application is configured securely. So before you allow any SaaS like Fireflies, just make sure that the user's settings are really up to your standards. And please regularly review any approved apps, at least annually. And if you go and look at your CASB solution, you'll find you have 1,000 of applications used by the users, which is kind of standard. You need to go through filtration of what is approved, I'll mark them as approved, what is clearly not approved, such as your DeepSeek and the like, I'll block them, and then the gray area that you need to go and review and massage. And it's, unfortunately, it's a difficult exercise, but you have to do it at least once a year. Questions? That's the end of my case study 2. I'll take questions before I will go to the next case study. Cool. This is a customer which I couldn't share the result of them. They had a breach. And this is 12 months after the breach. They did roll a global EDR vendors on all their endpoints. They were still running, most of you, on-prem plus intra-ID, so we're running hybrid solution. They had their own security team running a 24/7 vulnerability and patch management program. They have an in-house team. They didn't rely on MSP. They also have a third-party 24/7 with MDR. The whole purpose of existence is to manage and contain incidents. And they have an offsite backups. Again, they suffered a major breach. After the breach, they did some remediation. That's what we've been told, that this is what's happened after the breach. So, access from Latvia was allowed, so they didn't have the proper geo-blocking access on their network conditional access policy. VPN, privileged accounts, no MFA. Unfortunately, it's still happening and will still happen for many years to come. You still find those entry points not properly reviewed or secured, or even like implement with a single sign-on. This is kind of Achilles heel for many businesses. So if you don't have, if you still have VPN, which most of you will, please ensure it's a single sign-on with your intra ID or whatever your directory services are. Non-domain machine also allowed to access by VPN. Also, now there's many solutions, including conditional access policy, that mandates if you are accessing my network, these are the conditions that must be met, that you have to have Intune managed devices. there's a lot of controls that available to you that you can use. Please use them, and stopping non-managed devices from accessing at least the VPN. You can argue that I will allow a student to do BYOD, but I fail to understand why would you allow any non-approved devices or non-domain joined devices from accessing VPN. Also, we did find that the attacker was able to run a number of scanning tools using PowerShell scripts. Typical attack tactics that should have been detected by the 24/7 third-party SOC vendors, which hasn't. That's why I keep, in my previous panel, I said, please test your SOC. 1 of 3 SOC either failed partially or miserably. Please don't trust it. My view on this, if you purchase a SOC, third-party SOC, if you might end up by worse than not having a SOC, because you have a false sense of security. It says, if everything failed, I can rely on my SOC to alert or block that attack. And if that's not the case, then you are effectively in a worse position than you have after spending that money with the SOC. Privileged accounts with access servers as well. They didn't have a jump box. They should have a jump box when you need to access my privileged account from outside. You need to have a bastion host or jump box or whatever solution you have in place. That's not in place as well. Local account on file servers, they were able to jump into a file server. Remote desktop protocol was allowed in between servers as well. Classical mistakes. Yes, you need to allow your admin to do their work. Yes, they need to have a remote desktop, but server-to-server RDP should not be allowed, and there's a much more secure solution now to allow you to remote access servers such as Azure Arc or other solutions that allow you to do that much more securely than just allowing server-to-server RDP. If you have it now, please go and block it. So domain admin obtained. And they dumped all domain password, not just the domain admin credential, they dumped all the domain passwords. And they commenced data exfiltration. So that's how we did it when we did forensic, and sent them ransomware notes. And corrupted the VMware images, and one of their firewalls also was a VMware virtual machine. They corrupted that. And established a command and control via SSH as well. And they commenced that exfiltration to mega.co.nz. Again, I fail to understand why businesses don't block these sites. These sites have no legit business purposes. I would go and legit, there's a significant amount you can get them from anywhere, which is listed site I should block. Block them on the firewall, block them on endpoint, block them everywhere. And only then, the SOC services, which you pay them something in excess of $250,000 a year, they detected, something have happened, but only after 2 gig of data left the prem. So, isolated accounts, the account was impacted with isolated. An incident response initiated. So they isolated the account, they call us, and we establish a war room. I'll guide you through what's happened through that war room. So war room established. So just before I jump into the next recommendation, when your domain admin during incident, when your domain is suspected of being compromised, somebody have a domain admin, what would be kind of your thought on what should I do next? Can somebody tell me, or at least what their initial thoughts, your domain admin compromised? Would you go and reset all the admin password, or you just reset that account only? What's your kind of raw thoughts? Anybody? All right, when your domain admin is suspected to be compromised, it's not enough to reset all your password. There's something called the Kerberos golden tickets. Kerberos golden ticket, if you just put it in layman term, your domain admin is your keys to the kingdom. Your Kerberos golden ticket is the keys, the key factory that makes keys to the kingdom, because the Kerberos golden tickets can delete your entire Active Directory and can add another Active Directory for us. You can do whatever you want. So the first thing we suspected when there's domain admin compromise is reset the Kerberos golden ticket. That's a step one, should happen twice in a 10-minute period to ensure that that is effectively happening. We recommended to reset all their passwords. This is kind of a couple of thousands of users in the network, so we recommend to reset all their passwords. which didn't flow down very well because they know how much time that is needed to do that. They don't have self-service password reset. They have to manually work with every user to reset the password. So they were not unable to reset all the password as well, unfortunately, due to the logistical challenge with that. And firewall image could not be restored from backups. You have a backup, you haven't tested your backup, classic mistake as well. So they tried to go back to their firewall image from the backup. They couldn't get access even from 6 months or 9 months ago. They have to have a start fresh, rebuild the entire firewall policy from scratch. So they purchased a physical firewall and they started deploying it and manually roll out MFA. They didn't have MFA role for all their users through various logistical challenges as well. And the Active Directory intra-ID sync could not be fixed. They had significant issues in those restoration of the services. Therefore, it's really important for you to not only just go and test one image on your backups, try to restore a contained environment in a backup data center, because it's really will save you a lot of hassle to know, can I rely on by backup images? Because again, that's like the SOC, it's your second last resort if everything went wrong. Like previous attack, they were not able to identify what data has left. They just know 2 gig of data left the premise. And they were not able to roll out server hardening because they had a very legacy infrastructure, and some of the server hardening recommendation would break some of their legacy application. So we did deploy Defender for Identity, help them a little bit by kind of identification of all the account, because they were not able to, when our recommendation cannot be followed, you can't reset all the password, you can't do this, you can't do that. Let's go to the next best option rather than start dwelling about this, because time was kind of critical during the incident now. And they started blocking the RDP as well after that incident. Unfortunately, it was too late for them. And commenced trialing data loss prevention and protection. Also, if they had a solution to detect and encrypt, or at least stop data, sensitive data, leave the premise, that would have stopped many of those aspects of the incidents. We recommended, please kick off that SOC provider. They're taking your money and they're not adding a lot of value. They couldn't because they were locked in with 3 years contract with them, so they went to a legal discussion with their lawyers and that SOC lawyers and everything. Eventually they exited before their contract ends, but this is very important for you to, you are trusting a provider as your last resort. Just make sure that they are actually doing what they are telling you they're doing. And commence removing all local admin on the machine. They had a local admin on all workstations. Again, legacy problem, time problem, IT problem, all the time. We heard it all why you can remove local admin on workstations. And yes, and then they started ingesting the file logs through the CM because they figure out one of the SOC did not detect that issue until too late, because they said, we didn't have your file logs through our solution. And my argument to them says, isn't that their role to tell you about these log sources missing when they get you to pay for their service? Shouldn't they tell you we're missing your perimeter firewall? Shouldn't they tell you that? All right, do and don'ts. Please don't leave your VPN without MFA. Actually, if you want my advice, please stop using VPN and try to use better solution for that. There's many better granular solution that give you that granular control than the legacy VPN. Please don't trust your SOC vendor without testing. Please don't ignore your data classification, and please don't ignore testing or incident response plan. All of those would have helped with many aspects of that incident. Replace VPN with a more modern access. Block any overseas access. I fail to see why, for example, a school, apart from student access, it's not a kind of environment where you expected to see people walking from US and wherever it is. So I would add conditional access policy in your environment and try to significantly restrict geo-block your access to your environment. Do review your conditional access policy. It's your kind of your firewall for your access. So I would definitely encourage you to do a very good publication from ASD. They call it SD Blueprint. It's not, may not be everything fit for school, but they do have a good blueprint of what conditional access policy should have in place, such as geo-blocking, access to guests, access to all users, access to your cloud application, etc. And please update your incident response plan. Questions? Case study 4. There's a very large education authority. It's not a school, it's an education authority. They have a massive IT budget, about $15 million, about 1,000 users and workstations, about 100 servers, that's their environment. They have a security team of 1 information security officer, ISO. They do have mixed on-prem and Azure Cloud. They have Microsoft Defender. However, they don't have 24/7 monitoring. They have MFA enabled for local and global admin only, not for the users. They bought a large vulnerability scanning solution, and they brought user awareness program. Again, on paper, looks good. All right, not at the, at least this is the thing. If somebody told me an environment of that size, this is what they have, so this sounds all right. So here's how it's happened. I'm not gonna go through the, so a phishing email sent to users. Users voluntarily enter their credentials. No control stopping you from doing that. Her machine was missing 30 critical patches. They tell me they purchased the vulnerability management and patch management solution, but they haven't had a chance to roll it out as yet. When I asked him, it turns out that they purchased a solution 12 months ago and is still debating about how the best way to implement it. Many of the users did not have MFA, and the users have a very weak password. I'm talking about a ridiculously weak password. And logging successfully from Nigeria, no geo-blocking as well. They were able to access users' mailbox. They distributed phishing email to 500 other staff. Many of those staff also clicked on the links and did the same thing. So all started from single phishing emails. And then local admin login on the machines, and then they were able to log in as well. They got their accounting software login, and they were able to log into that accounting software and change banking details of some of their providers. And about, I think, $350,000 later, they realized they paid the wrong bank accounts. So this is how the incident happened. This is how it's evolved, and unfortunately, those phishing emails nowadays, even though there are a lot of solutions can tell you that they're doing the best thing to identify, some of those emails are geniusly simple by not embedding any malware or anything. They just give you a simple link that takes you to a login page, such as DocuSign and stuff. Some of them are obvious to spot, but there are others are not. And while you might have abnormal or might have other egress solution that can do those AI or Antigena, the dark trace, not all of them, they're always a factor that the user will receive those emails. So you need to make sure that you have a user awareness program in place that regularly do a phishing simulation. Right. Any question about that case study? Cool. I want to jump into my recommendation because it's really important for you, for me to show you the recommendation. I want to take kind of, I distilled all the things that's, sorry, just trying to get to the right slides. Yeah, there was 7 case study, but I want to, so this is one of the incidents we have had. These are really password from people's password 123, password ads. This is, we are 2025, this was 2025, and I can't believe we're still having these kind of passwords. Unfortunately, this is still happening, and what we find as well is that while the businesses have deployed more stringent password policy, many of those will not enforce the password reset to the users. So when you enforce a much more stringent password policy, you need to have send a password reset to all the users, because some of those, we look at those passwords and say, hang on, those passwords are ridiculous. I said, but we do have a complex password policy. We look at the Active Directory and we find that they do have a proper policy they did 3 months ago, but they haven't reset users' password to enforce that policy in place. So please just don't forget those kind of issues that will come and hunt you in the back, and you don't want to know about them on the tail side of incidents. Okay, so observation, I tried to distill all my observation on one page. Zero trust frameworks, it's a great architecture that you need to consider where the future is heading. You might have heard about it a lot. I think if you are a Microsoft shop, it's worth to look at Microsoft Zero Trust Reference Architecture. You can Google it. You'll get a great publication. Again, no surprise, Microsoft wants to sell you more Microsoft product, but it's really good because some of those solutions are already exist in your environment. If you're not a Microsoft shop, like Brenton and other schools, there are also NIST Zero Trust Reference Architecture. You can use it as a guideline as well. Don't ignore the risk of AIs. As I show you, a simple AI mistake can make a massive amount of data leaks. Please make sure that data classification and protection, roll it now and involve your business stakeholder. Don't just roll it as an IT project. It will fail miserably. My advice, especially if you don't have a mature SOC that you can rely on, please start looking at consolidating all your vendors. What do we find during incident when customers have a multiple endpoint solution, one for email and one for something else and one for the firewall, they will jump into 3 or 4 or 5 portals to contain the incident. And time is really of an essence during incident. Therefore, when you have a single pane of glass, e.g. Microsoft, for example, or Google for all your telemetry, you find much more easier to pivot during incident and do threat hunting and contain the incidents that happen. Because if it's, as you see previously, it started from users and then it's populated to multiple workstations and then maybe getting access to admin. So there's a multiple level of that incident happen. When you have a single pane of glass, you can go and pivot between those areas. Always test your SOC MSSP, always, always. I can't stress that enough. Inside your network still your biggest threat, unfortunately, if you still have Active Directory. On average, when we do an internal penetration testing or red teaming, we get a domain admin access within an hour or less. Our best record was 2 minutes from the moment we plug into the network to get the moment we get domain admin. So just imagine how disruptive that could be for an attacker who is inside your network, how quickly they can get domain admin. Essential 8 is difficult. It's complicated, I know. Just to start by, say, I'm Essential 8 maturity level 1 or 2, I'm good. That's not enough. That's the floor, not the ceiling. So please take it as a floor and then build from there. Review your service accounts. Service accounts are always Achilles heel for many environments due to various reasons. You can't have an MFA. It does need to have admin privilege. We can't change the password, otherwise things will break. And we find also attackers leverage those service accounts to compromise business domains. Vendors are always forthcoming about about security incident happen for them. So please just make sure to do not just go and trust things that the vendor is saying just because they said that. Patching, network segmentation, removing admin privilege will mitigate, in my opinion, 95% of the incidents, alongside with a good conditional access policy geo-blocking. Move from obsolete VPN to remote access to more robust solution, Windows 365, Azure Arc. There's a myriad of solutions that are available for you on your hand that you can go and implement remote access to your admin, more secure than the traditional VPN. Attackers shifting their techniques to more genius and simple ones, so be mindful of that. Simulate, not just walk through your incident response plan. So we do regularly help schools to see an incident response plan, and we tell them, first step, once you create an incident response plan, making sure it's fit for purpose, do a walkthrough first, but then do a simulation. There's nothing better than a simulation to test people sitting around the room to see what their decision. And we do sometimes, we do simulation where we even do some role players where some people of my team go and call customers at agreed time, says, call them, said that to you from the press, and this happened. So a real-time simulation of the incident is really important to get your business managers and leaders aware of the critical decision and things that ticking during incidents. Critical decision during incidents should be done in your plan and in your preparation phase, not while you're under duress. Decide on ransomware payment position and validate it with your insurance provider and your business leader. I want to also just wrap it up with 2 slides. Firstly, every business, without exception, they start talking about some sort of best practice, such as Essential 8 or ISO 27001, or NIST, or CIS Top 20 controls. And always comes and says, that's very confusing. Which one should I adopt? And if I want to just give you an answer on a page, I would say get a combination of them. They are best practice, do different things. So this is kind of my view on the world of whether you are a school or you're manufacturing or automotive or anything, you need to have an element of these things in your business. And it's an overarching strategy or an overarching control tell you what controls you need to have. This is not the only one. You can replace it with ISMS or ISO 27001. The how is when you start doing technical recommendation. Start with Essential 8. If you don't know, Essential 8 is part of WADA recommendation called ASD Top 37, ASD 37 control, Top 37 controls. This is cover things from your DMARC to your SOC provider to your testing incident response, which Essential 8 doesn't cover. So start with Essential 8, but don't stop there. Then go to ASD Top 37, and then start going to the Zero Trust Reference Architecture. Build a security governance foundation, because that helps you making sure that not every assessment that you do is not a snapshot in time. You do have a security in DNA. And the 5 elements of security governance, in my opinion, are the policy and procedure, a risk management framework, an IT risk management frameworks, a metrics, because if you can't measure it, you cannot improve it, a roles and responsibility, and a security calendar to know who's doing what, when. And I'll close this by, this is kind of the Microsoft Zero Trust capability mapping. They're mapping the Zero Trust Reference Architecture with Microsoft. It's a good product if you are a Microsoft shop. But in the NIST publication also, there's a specific one for a Google shop as well. So I can give you that, Brenton, or anybody who wanted to see what's equivalent of that in Google. There is an equivalent one that NIST has publicized. And if you need to download it, this presentation, click here, and I will collect your credit card information, your date of birth, and everything in between. All right, questions?
No questions? Okay, so what we'll do is we'll take lunch now, and we're back at 2:15, I believe. So lunch now through to 2:15. I think that's correct. Can we have our placement slides up? Yeah, what does that say?
Did I go on time? Did I go behind schedule?
Yep, perfect. Through to 2:15. And when you come back in at 2:15, we'll get these back off you for 2 reasons. One, we keep on losing them, so we like to collect them before the end of the conference. And 2, because this is what is going to be your ticket into the prize draw, which will be after the last session. So lunch now through to 2:15. See you back here then.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, and we're almost there. We've got one more session to go, but just a couple of announcements. As I said before we went to lunch, we're going to collect up your lanyards and your name tags. And so if you don't want to be in the prize draw, then please let, in fact, Ron's going to help me with this. If you don't want to be in the prize draw, then let him know and he'll collect that in one hand, and the people who want to be in the prize draw in the other hand. So we'll get those back, and then we'll use that around about 3 o'clock when the sponsors come down to draw out their prizes. Thank you very much, Ron. So can we get all those coming in? Coming in? It's a school environment, so we'll get you to put up your chairs at the end of the day too. Great, thank you very much for that. Just before I introduce our last speaker of the day, I just want to give you a quick update on Mitie, and really in many regards it's just sort of a reach out to the Mitie community, all of you. And first of all, just tell you a couple of things that I think you already know, but then make a couple of requests. And the first thing, is, which I think you already know, is that Mitie's made up of thousands and thousands and thousands of members from right across all parts of Australia, and we've actually got a fair contingent in New Zealand as well. So it's a very, very big organisation. You can join for free, no doubt most of you have already availed yourself of that privilege. You can join for free, and it's free ongoing. And really attendance at conferences like this, it's our sponsors who pay for these events, and so you get to attend these events for free. So just to recap, that's free and free. And that's pretty compelling argument, really. So I would ask you to reach out to other people in your schools who you think might benefit from upcoming Mitie conferences. Oh, sorry, first of all, who you think might benefit from being in Mitie, being in the forum. And there is an increasing number of business managers who are getting in there, principals that are getting in there. You might not want to be telling your business manager and principal, that's completely up to you, but there is an increasing number of principals and business managers getting in there. And there is also a dedicated team of digital learning people who are trying to build up a bit of a critical mass in Mitie. You won't see their posts currently because they've decided to have this hidden part within inside of Mitie. And I hope that we can turn that around and open it up so that everybody can see their posts. But that's an example of Mitie isn't just for perhaps the people that are in the room right at the moment who are interested in cybersecurity, but also anybody that's working with ICT and education. And when you talk about digital learning too, we start to even up the gender imbalance a little bit because we don't get that many ladies coming along to Mitie events, and yet there are a lot in the forum. And so you should encourage members of your team or digital learning leaders within your schools to come along to Mitie events. Other things that Mitie has done just in recent times, the Mitie Mentor program we ran last year and into this year, and we'll run it again a little later in the year, and we connected up mentors and mentees from across the country. Scholarships, we've just recently given away 10 scholarships to IS, New South Wales Conference on the Gold Coast, which I'm assuming a fair few of you know about, the former AIS New South Wales Conference. And we've given away 10 scholarships, 10 full scholarships to that. We had people again applying from right across the country. So if you're in Mitie, and hopefully everybody in this room is, if you get other people in your school, especially ladies working in ICT, maybe in digital learning, and you think that they could benefit from the IS New South Wales Conference, another reason to be in Mitie. So I think I've hammered that one to death. The last thing would just be a plea. Ron, who's helping with all the name tags there, has been instrumental, along with Ben, in getting today's conference together, and I'll give them a proper thank you later on. But I'm sure there are other people in the room who would like to volunteer their school in the future, or would like to volunteer speaking at one of these events. And you really do need to get your name out and about in our jobs, because one day there'll be a future future employer out there that will see that you've been presenting all over the place on a variety of topics. So you do need to build your brand, no matter what point in your careers that you're at. You've all got something to contribute, and I'd like to invite and really encourage you to put your names forward to present at any of these events, and you can do that just by emailing president@mitie.edu.au or admin@mitie.edu.au, or as I've seen with Ron, he has a habit of just pointing at somebody else if he's not going to do it himself. Hey, how about you? I think maybe you got pointed at or something, Ben, this time around. So, hey, if you think there's another school that could be lifting their weight and host one of these days, or should be presenting, please, encourage them to do so. All right, so last but not least today, we have cyber incident post-mortems. Wow. Lessons every IT leader should apply. And our presenter is Zach Amos. Now, Zach is from ASI Solutions. Zach brings over 15 years of hands-on experience helping organisations build stronger, more resilient cybersecurity postures. An ARN Technical Innovation Award winner and SOFOS Cyber Elite member, Zach combines deep technical expertise with a passion for bridging the gap between technology and human behaviour to create safe and smarter workplaces. So will you please join me in welcoming Zach up to the rostrum.
Thanks very much, Brenton. As Brenton said, my name's Zach Amos. I'm the Security Services Manager at ASI Solutions, and I was quite excited to be offered the opportunity to actually come and present to you today, because when I heard the topic, cybersecurity after the call, it really hit home for me, because I've been involved in a lot of cyber incidents as an incident responder in particular. So I've got some unique perspectives on different things around cyber incidents and how they occur, what happens during them, and what we can learn from them afterwards. And that's really what I want to talk about today, is the post-mortems. What can we take away from what's happened to others and try and learn from that in order to make sure it doesn't happen to us or our organisation? Now, obviously, this group today is obviously primarily focused in the education space. Some of the examples I'm going to talk about today aren't necessarily education, but as we're seeing more and more often these days, schools are having to be run like businesses. So what we see in terms of the attacks that are perpetrated against schools are very much the same as what are perpetrated against individual organisations. So a lot of the fundamentals, a lot of the key takeaways we'll talk about today can be applied to your schools, and those fundamental approaches to how you actually approach cybersecurity posture and what you can be doing to make sure it doesn't happen to you next. So who am I? As Brenton said, I've got 15 years experience in the IT field. I might not look that old, but believe me, I am. And I'm one of those lucky individuals that really loves what they do. So I bring a unique passion to the job that I'm in, and I come to work every day really enjoying what I do and looking for new challenges in that respect. So, while it's been 15 years, it's been 15 very eventful and enjoyable years for me. I'm an experienced incident responder, so as I said, I've been involved in a lot of different incidents, whether they be simple email business compromises to extensive ransomware attacks or network penetrations by advanced threat actors. There's a lot of instances I've been hands-on in the mud, in the trenches, actually working with these organisations to eliminate the threat, and not just eliminate and eradicate, but also go through to recover and then understand what actually took place. So actually conducted these post-mortems or these after-incident reports in a lot of cases to show the organisations what's actually occurred so they can make sure it never happens again, or at least try. I'm also an avid teacher of cybersecurity best practices as well. So basically, a lot of my passion comes from learning, but also teaching cybersecurity awareness and cybersecurity best practices to other people and organisations. I believe people have a huge part to play in the cybersecurity posture of a lot of organisations, meaning it's not just the IT team's responsibility, the security team or someone like that. Everyone has a part to play and everyone can contribute to a good cybersecurity posture and keeping our organisations safe. And a key passion of that is really teaching that to organisations and to the staff and students. And I also hold several industry certifications. So again, while I've been in the industry for 15 years, I've started in a network engineering background. So building networks, building enterprise servers, all that sort of stuff. So I've gone through the years accumulating a lot of these skills, a lot of this knowledge, and a lot of it comes to bear and I put into practice when I do these cybersecurity incident reports and postmortems, because I'm able to understand the network in a greater level of knowledge coming from that past experience. And I think that's a very beneficial thing that comes to most incident responders. You won't find a lot of successful industry incident responders coming in just from day one from university. They'll have built up these skills over years and time, and they'll have that experience to really apply to every situation. So I think that's a really important trait you'll find in successful incident responders. So cyber incident postmortems. What can we learn from what has happened to others, and how can we make sure we're not the next victim? What I basically mean by that is, how do we really break it down, understand the nuts and bolts, what's really occurred inside these incidents and these organisations, and what can we take away from that? What can we actually learn? So what's a post-mortem? Well, I'm sure a lot of you crime buffs out there have probably seen CSI or a lot of these other investigative shows, and you understand that a post-mortem's all around understanding what's happened to the victim. But in this case, there won't be any dead bodies, there won't be any gory pictures, don't worry. So anyone squeamish in the room, don't get too stressed just yet. This will be a digital post-mortem. We're going to be looking at the ones and zeros, the actual key little bits of clues and information that are left behind in the logs, left behind in an environment, and sometimes even just the little bits of information you can glean from the people involved in the day-to-day operations of an environment. What can you actually take away from the human element as well? What can we understand, the attitude and the approach that these IT teams have had to their environment? What can we learn from that? So these post-mortems, as we've sort of highlighted today through the other presentations, they're always a blameless exercise. And that's a very, very important factor. When they become a blameless exercise, it means we can actually get to the real truth, the real root cause. But as soon as our objective becomes trying to blame someone, it means that we're going to be looking for a scapegoat or a victim. And in this sense, that's most likely going to lead to not getting the full truth from a lot of people, because they will see themselves as potentially becoming that scapegoat. So it's important to always remember post-mortems in this sense should always be done in a blameless approach. So it's everyone's favourite time, the old Venn diagram time. Now, when we talk about cyber incidents and cybersecurity posture, there's three key elements we always talk about: people, process, and technology, and how these three work together in unison, and how these particular elements might affect a cyber incident or have led to the root cause of a cyber incident. So when these three are working together and you've got a strong balance between all three of these, you'll have an effective cybersecurity posture. But when one of these gets out of balance, or even maybe two, all three have bad balance or bad approaches or not enough investment in one of these particular areas, you'll find that you're opening gaps in your environment. You're potentially leaving weaknesses or vulnerabilities open for an attacker to exploit and effectively compromise your environment. So it's important to understand how people, process, and technology feeds into these. And when we talk about some of the case files we're going to touch on later, we're going to be examining how all three of these potentially had errors or potentially gaps or weaknesses that led to these pretty prominent cyber attacks. So cyber incident case files, as I said earlier, we're going to touch on three today, and two of these are pretty prominent ones that have happened here in Australia, and I'm sure a lot of us will probably know about them, may have been victims or potentially even involved in some way, shape or form. And the third one is actually a very unique one because it's one that's happened to an ASI vendor. And this vendor was good enough to let us share a bit of information, of course anonymised, but I'll be able to actually talk to this one very uniquely because it's one I was directly involved in. So when we cover these off today, we're going to be talking about the people and process of technology, what occurred, what failed, but what the organisation could have done differently to potentially stop this from becoming the incident or the breach that it became. So the first one, who here is a Qantas frequent flyer? Anyone? Yeah, a couple of arms, yep. So I imagine a lot of you guys were involved in this. I personally was. My information was breached as part of this particular incident. As we know, it happened in June 2025, and it affected a call centre in the Philippines that Qantas was operating to basically service their Qantas frequent flyer database and also their Qantas frequent flyers. So what actually happened in this attack? Well, 4 million customer records were stolen, and with email addresses and also critical information around their names and dates of birth. 2.8 million frequent flyer numbers, including their tier status and points balances, were also compromised. So again, information that's probably not very interesting, but you know, it's out there. The key thing was, though, over 1 million birth dates, phone numbers, addresses, genders, and meal preferences were also exposed. So again, email addresses, names, dates of birth, all key information that can be used to potentially phish someone or even potentially target them for some sort of identity theft, or maybe someone's going to apply for credit in their name. All these different attack vectors that we do see. More often than not, it will lead to the initial organisation, Qantas in this case, being the victim of the proper attack, but down the track it'll lead to us as the individuals actually being attacked further. So we really become the real victims, because it's not Qantas's data necessarily that's been exposed, other than some basic information there, but it's ours as the individuals that have those Qantas frequent flyer accounts. So what actually happened? Why did this occur to Qantas? Through information that's been gleaned from the media, and also Qantas being quite transparent in what they did and what occurred, we've been able to glean some key bits of information and data that sort of led to some, maybe not assumptions, but I'd say some determinations being made. So in this case, primarily, it looks like the people may have actually failed in this case. What occurred was an attacker actually rang up the Qantas frequent flyer call centre in the Philippines. They've managed to then convince someone to reset a password for them, and they were then able to gain access to an account that had a certain level of privilege in the environment. With that account, they were able to then exfiltrate that Qantas frequent flyer database. So we can see the key social engineering factor was the vulnerability here in this sense. And unfortunately, social engineering still works. More often than not, it's not some sort of sophisticated hack, but simply exposed credentials or some sort of social engineering technique that they've used to compromise this organisation. In this case, we would have called this vishing, or voice solicitation, where the attackers managed to call up, glean a level of confidence, a level of trust from the other end, the operator, and the operator has then gone and done something they probably shouldn't have. They've gone over and reset that password without really, truly, beyond all doubt, validating the identity of that user. We can also see, though, that while people was the initial blame, Qantas come out saying it was a call centre operator, there's no vulnerability in our systems, there was also failures in process and technology as well, because there was key systems that weren't in place to actually support this call centre operator. In one of those was no process to actually validate the user's identity via other means. So this attacker had enough information to call up, pretend they were a contractor or a user within the environment, and were able to get that password reset quite easily. So again, these are things that shouldn't happen if identity is being validated correctly. We also saw through technology there was a key failure there too. There was no automated or no userless system involved where they could actually, the user could get into this system and actually reset their own credentials. So in this case, the operator was the key vulnerability there, the person. Why is there a person still in that chain? Why wasn't the secure self-service portal in place to allow users to reset password using MFA? So again, there's a few key failures there. No one particular element was to blame. There was, again, as we talked about earlier with some of the presentations, it was the old Swiss cheese model. It took a few holes in the Swiss cheese lining up for this particular incident to be successful. So the key question we always ask, what could have been done differently? What could have Qantas done to actually make sure that this didn't happen to them and this attack was simply a non-event? More effective user awareness training would have played a huge part. Training their staff and their users in how to make sure they spot these types of threats and keeping them up to date on the latest threat techniques that are out there. That way, the users become your first line of defence. We quite often see the users as our biggest threat inside our environments, but if we change that mindset and actually go, well, users can be some of our biggest offenders, if we train them and empower them properly, we can really change the security posture of your organisations and make sure that you do stay safer more often. There should have been also better user identity validation. So again, there needed to be means in place for these call centre operators to actually validate the identity of these users before they reset any credentials. And if they're ever in doubt, to end the call and report that. And we could see through, again, the information that has been released from Qantas that there was potentially a failure right there in that process. And then, as I mentioned earlier, if there'd been a secured self-service portal in place for users to reset passwords, there would have been no human being in that process. And unfortunately, again, human beings, we inherently make mistakes. We do succumb to social engineering techniques. So if we remove the human from that process, it takes away one more attack vector or one more potential weakness that could be exploited by the attackers. So the second example today, again, this one has affected directly people here in Australia, but also globally, this one. So who's heard of JBS Foods? Anyone? Yep. So JBS Foods Worldwide is actually an organisation that does meat processing, and they operate a large amount of abattoirs all around Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the US. And effectively, their entire system was brought down by a ransomware attack. The attackers managed to gain access to their environment, encrypt all their critical and key systems, and then demanded a ransom at the end of it. This happened in May 2021, so it is a few years ago now, but a lot of the key findings and learnings are very much still relevant because, again, these attacks still continually happen. We're very much aware of ransomware, we're very much aware of the consequences, but it still happens. They still get inside our environment, they still manage to do it. So again, while we know it's happening, we're not learning from these things. So all the facilities were taken down across the world, and this company basically had their entire corporate environment compromised, as well as their production environment. So there was no operations whatsoever still functioning for this organisation. The beef industry here in Australia was directly impacted, so close to 7,000 employees were actually sent home and laid off for a period of time while this organisation could get their systems back online. So while the organisation itself, JBS, suffered a major financial blow, not being able to process meat and get meat out to the industry, those 7,000 employees also suffered as well, had to take unpaid leave, potentially dug into their leave time, things like that, in order to be able to then keep the company afloat. And in this particular scenario, JBS actually ended up paying the attackers. So the attackers had gotten so far inside their environment that they basically encrypted all their VMware virtual machines, and they destroyed their entire backup infrastructure. So they had really done some significant damage. And that meant basically JBS had to pay the ransom in order to get the encryption keys back. So that was close to $11 million in ransom paid in Bitcoin. So as we were talking about earlier in some of the other presentations, it's not just a matter of digging into the back of the sofa for a few spare dollars or digging into that slush fund you might have. $11 million is not something most companies have just lying around. And then they had to also get that converted to Bitcoin in order to be able to actually pay the ransom. So that's a very difficult situation, especially a very stressful one for these organisations. So why did this actually occur to JBS Foods? We can see that, again, people failed in this particular scenario, and it was basically around compromised user passwords. So what we did see in this particular scenario, a set of credentials were exposed. They then were able to then sign in remotely to a VPN. They were able to sign into a desktop machine with those same credentials, and they were able to spread within that environment very quickly with the credentials they had. So again, as we highlighted earlier, user credentials are one of those key attack vectors that a lot of the times the attackers are exploiting. They don't have to go and find some zero-day. They can use what there's right there in front of them, the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. In the process, we also saw some key failures, one of which is there was no segmentation of the environments. So in this particular setup, there was a production network where the corporate environment resided, and basically all the corporate traffic was there. There was also a SCADA, or a process control network, which actually operated all their environment, operated all their meat processing plants. And in order to facilitate data to move between it for billing purposes and other reasons, reporting, there was a lot of interconnectivity between these environments. There was no segmentation. So again, we look back at some of the key principles when we talk about network security. Segmentation is right up there, but they just weren't doing it. And that's what meant that once the attackers had got inside their corporate environment, they were able to quite easily move inside their production environment, their SCADA and meat processing networks. So they were able to do a lot of damage very quickly once they finally dropped the hammer. And they also saw some failures in technology in this particular scenario. For this particular one, there was no ransomware protection. They had basic endpoint protection on their machines, Windows Defender, things like that, but no specific ransomware protection was enabled. So effectively, as soon as the attackers had compromised enough of the machines and encrypted them, there was no way of reverting, there was no ransomware protection, and there was no way to stop the actual process from taking place. So again, once they'd finally dropped the hammer, once they had established enough control over the environment, there was nothing really, there was no last gasp protection mechanisms to really protect them. So what could have been done differently? Again, the three key areas. There was three key things they probably could have done. Again, in this part, these are inferences. We don't know exactly what they did do, but these are things that we can infer they would have done moving forward to make sure this didn't happen again. Proper user credential protection. So meaning if there is credentials that are exposed out there, they're aware of them. So whether it be through dark web scans or some other form of protection mechanisms, ITDR, identity threat detection response. There's heaps of different tools and mechanisms out there these days we can protect credentials with, And if they do get exposed, we can determine their exposure level and make sure we take the relevant steps to reset those credentials. So again, if they'd had these mechanisms in place, the initial access would never have occurred. Then we can see through the process there was no proper network segmentation. So implementing network segmentation would have meant even if the corporate environment had been breached, the attackers wouldn't have been able to move into their SCADA or their process control network. So the business would have been able to enact their BCP or business continuity plan, continue to operate in a limited fashion in their corporate environment, but their meat processing and packing facilities would have been able to continue to operate. In this case, they didn't, and they were totally locked out of everything. And then through technology, we could have had good, robust endpoint protection. So I'm meaning not just basic AV, proper endpoint protection that has good ransomware protection. Because again, these are things we know happen. It's a very unique process when data is encrypted on an endpoint, and AV products that are designed to detect that ransom can detect it very easily. So it's a matter of making sure that they can detect it and also respond to it, and also have capacity to roll back in the small events where certain files are encrypted on a local endpoint. So having good, robust endpoint protection will really save this company a lot of pain and a lot of heartache. So last but not least, this one is probably the most closest to my heart because I was particularly very much involved in this one. This was an ASI vendor. They came to ASI after about a week of being offline, and they said to us, look, we're in a really bad position. We need some serious help. Can you help us? And we've said, of course we can. We can jump in and see what's going on. Pretty quickly, within being inside the environment, we determined they were in a really bad place. They had found ransom demands on their machines. They realised a lot of their servers were offline, and they were unable to access their ESXi hosts. So they were in a really bad place. And once we'd started to pull back the layers, we figured out that there were some really bad deficiencies in this environment. As I said, I haven't had to anonymise this particular customer, so what we'll do is we'll talk about them, we'll call them Dunder Mifflin. So in this particular case, Dunder Mifflin were an ASI vendor. They supplied to us, and we also then sold their products to other companies. They were very heavily involved in the POS market, so point of sale, and they were unable to actually ship any product. So since they'd been offline, all their internal CRM and sales management platforms were completely offline. So they were not able to move a single product, and they'd basically gone back to working off pen and paper. So hence the Dunder Mifflin. In this particular scenario, it happened in April 2024. So again, a couple of years ago now, but still very relevant, the key takeaways or key findings in this particular scenario. So what actually occurred? Well, this vendor came to ASI, as I said, after being offline for over a week. Internally, they had an IT resource who'd been trying to recover the environment and was telling the board of directors and telling the management team that, yep, I'm working at it, we're getting there, we're making progress. But really, he was potentially well out of his depth. The environment had been very heavily compromised and unfortunately still had a lot of very exposed hosts in it. We found evidence of Windows 7, Windows XP machines in this environment. So again, in 2024, these are both two systems that are very heavily compromised and very easily compromised when an attacker doesn't get inside the environment. So once we started pulling back the layers with this particular organisation, we do understand that all critical business systems have been completely taken offline. Their entire virtual cluster, so their whole VMware cluster had been completely compromised, and all the backup systems that were linked to that were completely encrypted as well. So there was no recovery mechanism through backups. This company was effectively 1 week from going out of business. They had said to us, you know, of being offline for a week, they could only really tolerate another week's worth of no revenue. And in effect, they were getting it to the point where they were becoming very, very desperate. They wanted to do effectively anything they could to recover the environment. And again, when it comes to incident response, desperation is not a good thing. You need cool, calm heads to prevail, because effectively, once you start getting desperate, once you start trying to think, what else can we throw at it beyond the kitchen sink, it starts getting to a point where it becomes very dangerous. Key decisions aren't made well under pressure. So hence why they've called us in to start working with them to recover this environment. So what actually happened in this particular scenario? Again, there was failures in the key area of people. We could see there was poor internal credential management and poor internal credential practices as well. So unfortunately, the same password that was used as their domain admin account was the same admin password that was used to sign into their Cisco firewalls. The same admin password was then also reused on some desktop user accounts. So we could see that historically there was a lot of really bad, poor password practices. And this had led to an attacker managing to compromise one of the users via a phishing email, steal their credentials, get remote access to their machine, and then use that machine, which had extra privileges on the environment or on their network, to then start moving laterally inside this environment. So it basically meant that they had the keys to the castle from day one. Once they'd established that they had credentials that were going to work on the firewall, they went about disabling key features and key functionality on the firewall to basically go undetected. They opened up an external VPN and started exfiltrating data. So this attacker was very, very cunning. They do basically what most ransomware attackers do these days. They don't just encrypt data, they decide to steal it beforehand because they've got two mechanisms then. They can not only demand a ransom for the data to be decrypted, they can also extort or try and extort more money from you to not release that data on the dark web. In this particular scenario, the data never made it to the dark web because we advised the customer not to negotiate with this particular attacker. We decided to approach it from a perspective of let's rebuild the environment, let's see what we can recover. Luckily, after a lot of work, we determined the particular encryption method had been used in the VMware layer and determined that the first 4 gigabytes of each disk had only been encrypted. The rest of the disk was effectively unencrypted. Once we reversed the encryption on some key areas of the disks, we were able to bring the VMDKs back online and be able to export a lot of the information for this particular customer. So we were able to get this one back online to a certain point. Again, this took time, and the longer it took, the more we had to come up with other methods to effectively keep them operating. We set up a whole new network in tandem with their old environment, knowing that the old environment was heavily compromised and also very, very poorly maintained. And when we brought this other environment up in parallel, we made sure there was clear delineation points. There was nowhere where data could accidentally move between the two. We also saw some key failures in the process as well. In this particular case, there was no regular updates. So as I said earlier, there was Windows XP and Windows 7 machines still in this environment. Not only was that the case, but there's also no updates done on any of the Windows 10 or Windows 11 systems still in the environment. The key firewall in this case had been unpatched for over 2 years. And again, the VPN that was enabled didn't have any MFA actually attributed or turned on. So again, this is a scenario where the tool sets were there in front of them to use, but they hadn't done any of the right things to make sure they were actually being used effectively. We also saw one key failure in the technology as well. There was a multitude of alerts. As this attacker had been inside their environment for over 3 months, there's been all sorts of alerts being triggered. And they were not taking anything quietly. They were going from every system they could, trying to access different things. And in this environment, the logging was actually very well done. It had been going back to a logging platform, that no one was monitoring that logging platform. So if the attacker had, like I said, set off all these alerts, usually the first thing you should do is have these alerts be displayed to someone. In this particular scenario, there were so many different windows, so many different control planes for different things, that the internal IT resources were just overwhelmed and he wasn't watching the key screens or the key systems he should have been. So, as I said, this attacker had been inside the environment for over 3 months before they finally dropped the hammer, before they finally attacked. So that dwell time is now quite large. We are seeing dwell time under 3 or 4 days in some current attacks. So while 3 months sounds like a lot of time to detect this particular attacker, in this environment, again, no one was watching the alerts, so it just wasn't able to be done. So what could have been done differently for this particular attack and this particular customer? As I said, what we've actually determined, because we were directly involved in this one, were some key takeaways and some key findings. And we actually worked with this organisation to bring them back up to 100% operating capacity. And they were successfully able to get back on after about 30 days. So it took a bit of time to get them back to a working state where they were fully good to go again. And we worked with this organisation to then develop business continuity plans, proper disaster recovery situations, and actually develop an incident response plan as well. So again, they were their security posture was very immature, but we were able to work with them to get them back to a point where they could continue to operate. And they were only just purchased by another organisation about 6 months ago. So there you go. Proper user credential use was a key thing we discussed with this particular organisation. We organised password managers, we went through and organised proper policies in their environment. So they had an on-premise Active Directory still, they had it hybridised with their Entra ID. So we went through and actually enacted all the base policies that should have been turned on from day one to make sure passwords were of an appropriate strength, they weren't being reused, and they were looking for key weaknesses where people had potentially used passwords that were used in more than one location. Once we enacted their password management platforms, we imported a lot of their passwords, and straight away we found alerts to say that a lot of these passwords were already on the dark web, so they'd already been exposed. So that was a triggering point to go through and work with this customer to actually start changing passwords and enacting good password policy. We also went through and did some security awareness training with this particular customer and all their staff to make sure they had the knowledge and the skills to be able to move forward and make sure that they didn't actually experience problems with this sort of stuff again. Timely system updates was another key thing we worked with this customer to go through and automate. Not only were the updates a critical area for them because the attackers were able to exploit key weaknesses in a lot of systems, there was also key business systems that hadn't been updated in a lot of time as well. So their ERP, their CRM, all these platforms were severely out of date. They just basically let their contracts expire with the vendors and they had no support whatsoever. So we worked with the company to re-establish these partnerships with their vendors and make sure that they had a mechanism in order to be actually able to update these and keep them safe and secure. Because again, we think about our operating systems, we think about our platforms, our networks, and we keep them secure and updated, but sometimes we forget about the applications, especially if they're legacy ones or they're ones that have become unsupported. Because more often than not, these applications could potentially have vulnerabilities or weaknesses in them. And then lastly, we went through this entire environment and made sure there was proper monitoring, and not just proper monitoring, but a full MDR service. So we worked with a particular security vendor to make sure that MDR was rolled out on every system, and all the new servers that we spun up inside their Azure tenancy were all protected from day one, meaning that they could rest assured that there was a level of protection beyond just making sure they were updated and making sure they were segmented. So again, this is something that, again, would have played a huge part if the particular attacker had proper monitoring in this environment. They would have set off a lot of alerts and a lot of alarms very early on in the piece, and the IT resource internally to this company would have been able to spot these very quickly and potentially been able to reach out for help or do something to stop the attacker right there and then. One little other bit of information I will share about this particular customer is that after this particular incident occurred, the internal resource saw that he might have been potentially to blame for a lot of this. And the company in this particular scenario actually were trying to blame this particular employee. It took ASI coming in and having some high-level discussions with their board of directors and also their management team to actually go through and break it down for them, explain what had occurred, what had happened. And while this particular user may have been to blame for a few key elements, he really wasn't to blame, because at the end of the day, it led to bad posture, bad process, and as I said, failures in the people and process and technology. We couldn't lay the blame entirely at this person's feet, because A, we don't do that in postmortems, but B, it wasn't really fair. So we worked with this organisation to understand that while there was some failures and that there was some key takeaways, this is an opportunity to make sure that they teach this particular individual and retain them, because now they've had that experience and that knowledge, they can take those learnings away and do things better in the future. So again, we were trying to make these a blameless situation. That to be said though, while we try and make this a blameless situation, if there's ever any illegal activity or anything malicious that's been done against the organisation, it sort of changes the paradigm there quite significantly. So what are some of the key things we can learn from what has happened to other organisations? What are some of the things that we can look at and understand and then use to translate those same findings, those same tidbits of information in our own organisations? What can we do to make sure that we as organisations do our best we can and effectively make sure we encourage good security posture and take our security of our environment very seriously? Number one thing is don't put your head in the sand. I know that sounds pretty silly, but a lot of organisations always say to us, oh, it won't happen to us, we're too small. Oh no, we've already invested in that technology, it can't be a problem for us. But I think the number one thing that every organisation needs to acknowledge is there will be gaps, there will be weaknesses, there will be things we don't anticipate, there will be vulnerabilities that come along, and there are always going to be situations where we will have gaps. Only a mature security posture and a mature security team will understand that every organisation is vulnerable. No matter what we spend, no matter what we do, there will always be something new that will come along. So we need to make sure we don't bury our head in the sand about it. We need to be proactive, constantly monitoring, checking our environments, validating them, potentially pen testing them, having them audited, making sure we follow all these good best practices to stay ahead of the curve. It's not a matter of if, but when in most scenarios, but if we're making sure we do these proactive things, we reduce our risk of being the next particular target. A lot of cases, hackers and people that try and penetrate our environments to compromise us, they're lazy. They go after the low-hanging fruit. So if we can reduce the amount of low-hanging fruit we have in our environments, the more unappetizing we make ourselves to these attackers. So hackers don't care about the size or the budgets involved as well. We can see through some information that's been collected by Deep Strike in this case, that there's a lot of different industry verticals out there that are being targeted right here in Australia, and this is in 2025 alone. So we can see while manufacturing, healthcare, finance, they're all up there, These industries have a lot of money, a lot of budget, and a lot of size to throw at these things, and they're still getting penetrated, they're still getting compromised or breached. So it doesn't matter the amount of size you are. So again, that whole paradigm of I'm too small, it can't happen to us. Why would the hackers bother with us? That doesn't float anymore. And the same can be said at the flip side of that as well. No matter how big your organisation is and how much budget you're spending on these things, there'll always potentially be weaknesses, and there'll always potentially be ways in which the attackers will compromise you. And we can see in a lot of these attacks, again, as I said earlier, they don't break in through sophisticated means, they sign in. And a lot of times that's simply for the fact that human beings are sometimes the easiest element to exploit. Rather than trying to find some new 0-day or pay for some 0-day on the dark web to try and compromise your endpoint security or your enterprise firewall, they'll look for ways they can try and compromise your users through some sort of phishing or dark web scans, because they know at the end of the day human beings are a very soft target. So again, through the information we've gathered and we see through a lot of this research that's being done, the attackers aren't breaking in, they are effectively signing in. So it's important to remember credential management and good credential practices are still one of the key things we can do to make sure we keep our environment safe. And as a couple of the other presenters touched on earlier as well, we need to look at how we make sure we control access to our environments too. So conditional access and other policies around that really do come into play there as well. So no matter the industry sector, it doesn't matter. We all have gaps in our armour. So, again, we're all here in the education space today, but I've worked with a lot of different industry verticals over my time, and I can tell you no one industry is safer than the other. Defence, I've worked with a lot of organisations in the defence space and part of the DISP program, and a lot of these organisations, while you think working with defence or in the defence sector would be very safe and secure, unfortunately, some of them do rest on their laurels. They do potentially have things in their environment that make them very susceptible to breaches and attacks. So it doesn't matter what industry vertical you're in, you need to look at the lessons that are being learnt in other industry verticals, because we do see attackers where they will try and compromise one particular industry vertical more than another at a particular campaign or a particular time frame. So if we can take those learnings and apply into our own organisations, we potentially will stay ahead of that time when it becomes our industry's turn. So we could see there a while back in, I think the WannaCry days, the healthcare sector was very heavily targeted. But then the education sector wasn't far behind that. So eventually, once the attackers go, right, we've bled this industry for as much as we can for the moment, let's move on to the next industry. Let's move on to that next particular subset or niche of networks and see what we can do there. So again, it's important to remember, we might think we're very safe and secure, or our industry is not particularly under attack at the moment. But the key thing to remember is it's not a matter of if, but when. All our industries are vulnerable, and again, we need to be very much aware of that. I do get asked quite a lot, is AI the answer? Is there things I can be using AI for inside my organisation to make sure I stay safe and secure and make sure that we can stay ahead of the curve? Because again, we know that a lot of our organisations have limited budget, limited resourcing, limited time. These are all key factors the attackers prey on. So can we use or leverage AI to potentially augment our teams, augment our environments, and make our environments safer? There are products like AI anomaly detection where we can actually look for anomalous environment traffic. So our environments have particular patterns, their traffic moves in particular ways into our environments, and we can look for or use AI to look for anomalies that go outside the normal traffic patterns. So again, we can install appliances or software in our environments to look for this sort of stuff. And with the use of AI, it can comb through massive amounts of data very, very quickly to find these patterns. AI these days, or large language learning models and other platforms like that, they're very much pattern recognition driven. So they are very well suited to this type of work. Human brains, again, we can see patterns, but the AI can take it well above what a human being can ever do. AI user behaviour analytics. Again, the way users sign into our environments, the way they use them, the times a day they use them, the traffic, the things they access, these all form patterns. And again, the attackers will potentially do things that fall outside these patterns and fall outside these normal use cases. So if we can use AI and train it to look at these particular patterns and look for anomalies outside the norm, then again, we can detect these attackers very early on in the attack chain, and we can potentially stop them before they actually are able to leverage their access and do any damage. We also have AI vulnerability management. Again, our environments, over time, they have to be updated, they have to be patched, we have to contain and identify vulnerabilities. A lot of times, though, it's very cumbersome work. We have to scan our environments, we have to look at the reports, we have to then put together a remediation strategy. But there are products coming to the market at the moment that utilise AI and machine learning to not only detect these in real time on daily scans, but also have automated playbooks or response actions that can actually go through and take care of these vulnerabilities for us, or even potentially put mitigation factors in place until we can actually put the full patches in on these systems. So again, that's a really great use case for AI in this particular respect. And finally, AI security automation. Again, as I said, we have limited teams, limited budgets, but how would we like to have that one worker that doesn't sleep, doesn't eat, doesn't complain about overtime? They can be constantly watching our environment, automating tasks, responding to tickets in real time. These are things we can basically exploit right now through a lot of different products. There is machine learning that's been around for a long, long time. We call it AI now, but a lot of the platforms that we utilise and see as AI these days is just machine learning from 10 years ago. So a lot of these products that we use in our day-to-day security operations already have this stuff built in. We just need to start exploiting it more. And again, it will lead to better outcomes because that's that person that doesn't need to sleep, doesn't need to eat, doesn't get tired, doesn't complain about overtime. They'll just continually churn away in the background and potentially cut through the background noise as well, because that's the thing we find a lot with most organisations get breached these days. The alerts were there, but they just couldn't see the forest for the trees, meaning they couldn't bring the actual key alerts to the surface and really identify what was actually happening. So AI, again, can be used with its pattern recognition engines to see this stuff, bring it to the top, and really bring it to our focus very quickly and easily. So when I go into most organisations to perform a gap analysis or work with these organisations to understand their security posture, there's 3 key questions I usually ask, and they usually fall within these 3 paradigms of people, process, and technology. And these 3 questions are ones I want to share with you today, so they're the things you can ask about your own organisation, take away, and potentially learn something from, or maybe even start asking questions about your own environment. Number 1, does your company have a cybersecurity culture, or in this case, a healthy cybersecurity posture, or culture, apologies. What does that mean? Well, do people inside your organisation actively know that they have something to contribute to with your security culture and your posture? Do people inside your organisation actively get involved in security awareness training when it's delivered to them, or do they just ignore it, hoping they won't get pulled up or flagged for it? Do people feel comfortable actually coming to your IT team without feeling like they're going to be berated or potentially demeaned? Because again, I'm sure we've all been guilty of it. I'll be the first one to raise my hand that I haven't always been the most courteous or polite to an end user that's come to me with an issue. And I'm sure we've all been guilty of it at one point in our lives in working in IT. But do your staff, do your students, do your people working inside your organisation actually feel comfortable coming to your IT team and actually sharing information with them, sharing a problem? Because again, people are at the front line. They will potentially see these anomalous things or these things that are occurring that could be the first signs of an attack occurring. And if they feel comfortable reporting it to you and to your IT team without being potentially brushed off, then this might be the first clue you get and be able to, again, act quickly enough to stop this from becoming a real attack. So again, healthy security culture is a very, very important thing inside an organisation. It doesn't matter what industry vertical, again, education, healthcare, finance, security culture and security posture go very, very closely hand in hand. If you don't have a good security culture, you won't have a strong security posture, and vice versa. If your posture's not as strong as it could be, that usually leads to bad culture as well. So very intrinsically linked there. The second question when it comes to process, does your company have a plan for not when, not if it is attacked? Do you have those business continuity plans? Do you have those disaster recovery plans? Do you have incident response plans that have actually been tested and actually been tabletop exercised? Do you understand what's actually involved in these particular documents? Or have they just become shelfware inside your organisation? Are they being actively maintained, checked for relevance, made sure they're updated? Again, these are things that will all lead to better outcomes when it actually happens to you or your organisation. There's no point trying to say it'll never happen to us because it's all just a matter of when it will happen to us. And you can have an impact right now on how big of that impact that particular incident will have on your organisation. It could end up just being a simple, very small blip on the radar, or it could be a potential breach that brings down your entire organisation and leads to irreparable damage. So again, when it comes to that, we need to make sure that the things that we are developing, the strategies, the playbooks, the incident response plans, all this stuff is actively maintained, monitored, and we actually have them in place. Again, a lot of these things become shelfware because we just feel like there's other priorities, but these things will become very, very relevant when the proverbial hits the fan. And lastly, when it comes to technology, do you know what is happening inside your environments right now? Who can raise their hand and say, I know everything that's happening inside my environment right now? Anyone confident enough? No. Oh, there's one. Yeah, there's always got to be one. But even I couldn't say that. Now, our environment's very well protected, being an MSP, working in the security space. A lot of my priority and a lot of my time is spent making sure our own environment stays safe so we can then in turn protect our customers. So even I can't say that I know 100% what's happening inside my environment, and I don't think anyone really can, because we don't know what our users are doing sometimes. We don't necessarily know what the shadow IT is occurring inside our environment. We don't know what BYOD devices have potentially been snuck into our environment all the time. But again, we need to have as much eyes on glass as possible and as practical. And again, that's where we can leverage things like a SOC team, an MDR service. As was mentioned earlier though, you've got to make sure you pick the right ones that are properly vetted and that you test and validate that they're actually doing what they say they're doing. Again, like a lot of products, they can have some very wild claims and some very good claims, and they can be, again, looking really good on the old Gartner Magic Quadrant. But until you've actually tested and validated these platforms and products, you can't really say that you actually trust and are confident in these platforms. So if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the results of 100 battles. That's a proverb from Sun Tzu, who wrote The Art of War, somewhere in 200 BC, I believe. But again, don't quote me on that. Maybe Google that one later. A very, very interesting quote. We've got a very interesting book to read as well. But what does that mean? What does it mean in terms of our cybersecurity postures today? Well, we need to stay aware of what the attackers are coming up with. Because if we know our enemy and know our own defences, we need not fear what's going to happen. We know if the attacks are taking place and what techniques are being used. We can implement measures, implement techniques, controls, frameworks. We can do these proactive things to make sure that we're not becoming a reactionary force. When an IT team, or especially a security team, purely becomes reactive, that's when you'll start to lose the battle. We need to make sure we're becoming proactive. We're doing these things well before they actually are required. So again, making sure we have those proper documents, those documentation, the frameworks, these controls in place well before we actually need them. Because it's all too little too late once the breach has actually occurred. So I like to bring that one up just because, I think it's pretty cool that you can quote someone from 200 years ago, or probably 2,000 years ago really, and still have some relevance today in this day and age, and they can be applied to modern technology where this gentleman would never have envisaged this, that long time ago. So we do find through some research that we've been doing here at ASI lately for a lot of our customers that we are spending more and more on our security budgets and our IT budgets, but we not always feel like we're getting a value or an actual return on that. We're not actually getting more for it. A lot of times we're finding that we're spending a lot more money on our security strategies, our security technologies, our platforms, but we're not always feeling more safe and secure. And we can see, as I said, through some of the research we've done, and you can go and look this up if you like by going to our asi.com.au website, that we've done this research with a lot of different industry verticals, not just education, but we do have dedicated education reports there as well. And it shows that a lot of these organisations, a lot of these schools are spending significant amounts of money, more than they've ever spent on IT budgets, in particular security, but they're not getting any more for it. They're not seeing a return on investment, or they're feeling like they're just having tool overload. They've got all these pretty consoles, all these bits of hardware and kit, but they're not actually feeling any more safe, any more secure. So I think it really comes back to making sure we do proper gap analysis, understanding where our gaps are and targeting that investment effectively. If we understand where our vulnerabilities are and what they will actually be, we can better target it and make sure we're actually getting that return on investment. We're targeting that low-hanging fruit, making sure we're not leaving it there for the attackers to find. And again, if we can target as much of that low-hanging fruit as possible, it makes us a little bit more unpalatable for those attackers. It's not to say it won't happen to us still, but it certainly makes it a harder target for them to attack. So just one parting thought, and I'm not sure how I'm going for time, but we're sort of there. We might have some time for the questions at the end. But one parting thought I'd like to leave with you all today is effectively, we need to ask ourselves one question. Are we ready to potentially be that next name? We see JBS, we see Qantas, in this case Dunder Mifflin, they were all breached, but are you ready for your name to be the next one in the media? Are you ready for the next school or educational institution to potentially be in the media for a breach? What are your plans? Do you know how you're going to respond? Do you have those incident response plans in place? Do you have those communication strategies? Do you have that business continuity plan? Do you have that disaster recovery plan in place? Have you tested them? Have you validated them? Have you actually gone through and made sure they make sense in the event of a real situation? Again, tabletop exercising is a really key function there. So, as I said, that's just one key thought I'd like you all to take away and ask the question, if you were the next one, if you were that next name to end up in the media for being breached, are you ready? Do you have enough, do you feel confident enough to be able to go, yeah, we have a strategy in place to be able to respond? We think we will be able to be effective in our response to this particular threat or incident. So I'll probably finish it up there. I know I'm keeping you all from probably some great prizes and other things like that, and potentially more some after-work drinks and things like that. But I will open the floor to any questions if anyone has anything they'd like to ask. You're more than welcome to come and see me afterwards or contact me through ASI. Happy to talk security anytime. But there's nothing. Yeah, one down the back. Yeah.
How do you balance that when it seems that there's media regulators, external law firms that are going to incite blame? How do you approach that to the company to say, don't assign blame, but be aware of the blame is going to come?
Yeah, so when we say don't assign blame, it's more so directed at the individuals of the team. Now, in my particular opinion and what I've seen a lot in the past, individuals don't maliciously go out there trying to potentially do something silly that would compromise an environment or lead to a compromise. There's generally no malicious intent. That's not always the case, but generally not always. So when we look at reporting structures and regulations about how we have to potentially go to our insurers or the ACSC and report these incidents, we generally anonymise particular names or teams and things like that. We state, the security team did this and it led to this, or we say the IT team did this and it led to that. We don't necessarily put the blame at one person's feet, and I think that's the key thing. That being said, if there's illegal activity or, again, fraudulent or malicious activity in play, that's when it would become a legal matter, and that's where you need to consult with your counsel. It may be a scenario where there would be blame laid at someone's feet because it may then lead to legal proceedings and things like that. But when we talk about an incident or a breach, generally we try and make it blameless in the sense we're not blaming a particular individual. Again, we might blame a technology or blame a process or maybe some particular people within a team. But again, it took several key failings or, to use the old flight investigation paradigm, the Swiss cheese model. It took the holes of the Swiss cheese to all line up perfectly for that particular breach to get through. So there wasn't just one failure, there's usually several all that lead to that particular breach. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Yeah. 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 Yeah.
From a company point of view, do you also support the company in supporting that person for the really bad journey they're going to go through, be it no fault of their own?
Yeah, and I think it comes a lot back to the people and welfare, and we've talked about a lot of that here today, and obviously with the panel, there's some really great discussion about personal welfare. I have seen some very negative consequences of people being blamed for a particular situation. And unfortunately, one particular scenario led to self-harm, where a particular individual was blamed for a situation and they then chose to hurt themselves. And it's a very sad and very, very traumatic experience to go through, something like that. So for me, that's one thing that really hits home for me. The individual is not usually someone you want to blame because, again, it may negatively impact their life and their future potential. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Unfortunately, as a society, we're very quick to want to blame someone or blame something rather than understanding there's obviously usually systematic or systemic failures in that case. So, yeah. No more questions. I'll be quiet now. Thank you very much for your time today, and as I said, really appreciate your patience. I know we're getting late in the day, and I'll hand back over to Brenton. Thanks.
How are you, please? Thanks very much, Zach. And we're almost there. Sleep well tonight too, by the way, everyone, after hearing all those stories. I don't know whether we're going to get these slides up, so I'll just read them out. Just thanks to a whole lot of people first before we get our sponsors in for the door prizes. Thanks obviously again to Brisbane Boys College for hosting us today and for these magnificent facilities. Thanks to Ben. Yes, thank you. Keep that going to the man at Brisbane Boys College who made all of this happen and presented for us earlier in the day, Brendan Greta. Also, the other presenters today, you can hold until the end this time. Mark Nix, Luay Gashash, Zach Amos, we just had then, Kevin Berry and Steve Ratty. Could you please thank them? Trying to get a bit more support on that, Kevin. Well done. Thanks to all of you for coming along today. I hope you found it valuable. We'll be running another Mitie event next term. And where do we think that's running, Ron? Not around the Rockhampton area, so just down the road for you. But then closer to here again later in the year. John Newman, is he here today doing the streaming? I haven't seen John around. Okay. Thanks to Shaneen Hood, who some of you may have had correspondence with, who's the Mitie Administrative and Events Coordinator. Thanks to all the Mitie Committee for their help. And last but not least, he says, in a voice that gets their attention just outside the door, thanks to all of our sponsors who supported us, support Mitie and supported today, ASI, Orion, Compass, FastView, HPE, Next Technologies, Net Strategy and Veracross. But just before you completely thank, you can thank them one by one in a second because we're going to have our prize draw. So can I invite well, you can all come in, you don't have to loiter out there. But can I invite a representative from ASI Solutions to come up and tell us about what they've got. We've got all of the, I'll do this legitimately, but I can pick the winner off the table there. And, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much for having us today, and I hope you took something out of Zach's presentation. I think from our perspective at ASI and where we're playing is very much around the productivity space and making sure you're getting the most out of your technology spend. So we help doing that through like digital skills coaching, and part of that coaching program is also through the cybersecurity space, so making sure that your users are aware of the threats they may face in their day-to-day jobs. But yeah, thanks for having us. Absolutely. And we have Ryan McKenzie from Brisbane Boys College.
Now I think it's Orion, isn't it? I haven't got on that monitor. Orion next.
Hey all, thank you so much for having us today. This is our first Mitie event. We're here and in New South Wales simultaneously, so yeah, a new one for us, so great to kind of meet you all and kind of have some really good conversations. A few of you we've spoken to before at other events, so yeah, really enjoyed the day. Our prize, we've got a $250 FPOS card, which is going to be for the winner of this, and we've also run a $500 FPOS card on the stand, which we'll be drawing later on today. So we're giving away two prizes, but for the $250 we have... There you go. Waruna.
Hi everyone. Firstly, thank you to Benton and Ben for putting on a great event today. Thank you for having us. It's great to meet some of you. And I think everyone, well, most people might know what Compass is, but very quickly, a comprehensive school management system, student information system. It really is that one-stop shop to manage all your school operations and finance, learning management, the list goes on. And integrations with best-in-breed platforms. So again, thanks for having us, and I'll announce the winner. We have a voucher, a red balloon voucher, $250 to spend on an experience, or a spa voucher maybe, because a lot of you look like you might go to the spa on a regular basis. V8, car racing. And the winner is Louis from Brisbane Boys College. Is he here? Or is it Lewis?
He's actually not here, but I'm accepting it.
Oh, okay. There we go, thank you.
Fast View, I think, is next.
Hi everybody, we'd like to thank Mitie for putting on a great event again. FastView is always happy to attend these events so we can catch up with a lot of our existing customers that are here and meet some new people as well. Today we've actually got a $200 Amazon gift card, so you can spend it on whatever you want from Amazon. So if we've got a name, let's see who we've got. We've got Richard Jones from Shaw.
Hi everyone, thank you for having us today. It's been a fantastic event. I mainly just want to say thank you for your support for our customers, which many of you are. I don't think anything I say will go in if I try to talk about HPE or our products at the moment, but I would encourage you to come along and talk to us, hear a presentation from us. There's an awful lot going on at the moment, particularly with the acquisition of Juniper, which was a $14 billion acquisition that HPE just made. It means that the Juniper Mist and Aruba portfolios both fall under HPE. So that's quite an interesting time for the networking industry as a whole, and with updates that we're doing. I have a power bank, and the winner is?
Well, if you're ever thinking about hosting a conference, I suggest you do, because the winner is...
Wayne Mackenzie, Brisbane Boys College.
Next Technologies.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those who don't know who we are Next Technologies from Sydney. We're a small managed service partner. We can provide any solution that a school is looking for, from end-user compute to infrastructure solutions. We kind of do a lot in the personal branding of devices as well. So we do the full onboarding of devices. So hopefully it'll be a very zero-touch deployment for your schools. I have a Lego set. We are renowned for Lego sets, and I know how much IT people love Lego. So the winner is, hopefully not from BBC, Peter Yates.
Good afternoon all. Thanks very much to Brendan. Thank you to Ben, and thanks for you all for coming today. It's been a really good day. We're Net Strategy. Been around about 40 years, and we've had the pleasure and the privilege of working with Ben and the team here in, I suppose, helping Ben sort of progress their cyber preparedness. And he identified early on they wanted to go through a comprehensive, realistic tabletop scenario, which we ended up doing with him. The process we ran with him involved the entire executive, I think the entire team, and I think from what we hear, it really helped them sort of move the needle. I think to the point today, in Ben's own words, where effectively they feel they've got a plan they can now run with and go from there. I think at the end of the day, it's great to, one of the things I enjoy about the industry we work in is the fact that the amount of sharing that goes on here. I think a number of questions before, one just earlier about assigning blame as well. I think in a lot of respects, I think if we try and create psychological safety for our teams, people are going to own up to a problem early on. Too many times I see things we come in after an event where someone was afraid to just talk up early, and then the problem just gets that much worse. So one thing I would suggest you will take back to your teams is encourage that psychological safety. If they see something wrong, they can say something. It can be a coaching, mentoring moment, a learning opportunity, and then in the end we help improve everyone's posture. But beyond that, yeah, thank you for your time and wish you a safe afternoon. Craig Smith from Villamore College, you've got an AirPod Pro and some merch. So, thank you.
And last but not least, Veracross.
Hi everyone, Joe from Veracross. Huge thanks for having us. Thanks to Mitie and Brisbane Boys College. It's always nice to continue to support these events. I'm new to Veracross, looking after Queensland. Yeah, it was really nice today to see some familiar faces, some existing customers and meet a lot of new people. So yeah, really huge thanks. I won't be the one to hold you all up from getting a head start of the traffic. So I will present this cyber bag. It's a little bit novelty, but hopefully I see someone wearing it around IS New South Wales later this month. Craig from City Point.
And that wraps us up. Thank you very much to attendees, to Brisbane Boys Grammar. Sorry I couldn't get you one of those prizes. I was looking as hard as I could, but I couldn't find it. Thanks everyone. Hopefully see you next term at the next Mitie event. Thank you.